Well, I mean, sometimes
I'm gonna go around as well.
I just try to stay on a side.
There's a long list of those. So much.
Yeah. Hi. How are you? I can't believe we haven't met in all of my dealings with Google. Talk to you guys like a week, if not more.
Yep. I'm on those calls sometimes.
Are you okay?
Usually letting Alvaro talk,
Okay.
if you're familiar with him.
Good morning.
Dinesh.
How are you? Yeah, virtually and yeah.
Sean Connolly said hi.
I'm the one on the background.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
How's Sean doing?
Okay.
Big old tracking all
Sean's
the
just the
stuff.
best. I just love that.
That's why I don't talk a lot. I'm talking all day.
Yeah, we've had so many great conversations about obviously all of this stuff. So yeah, haven't talked to him in ever, at least since we started. Well, I guess since I was doing the regular stuff with like
That I really jumped in on.
identities.
Oh yeah, I was one of the presenters for the Dom Chart.
Got the same issue with
Start acronym.
Adam.
That should be our first one. I think it's actually maybe the same too, because we did it for Separate Pie. Now we're like
The way around. Yeah, this is or something.
and I'm just like, I think we said before, we're still the same. Please don't change. Like you said.
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the inaugural meeting of the Federal Secure Cloud Advisory Committee. My name is Michelle White, and I'm the designated federal officer, DFO, for this advisory committee. I would like to thank all of our presenters, attendees, and stakeholders for joining us today, including those who provided public comment. Public comments submitted via the FSCAC public comment form last Wednesday, May 17th, 2023, have been provided to the committee members. Before we start, there are a few things you should know. This meeting is being recorded via video conference and is also being streamed live at gsa.gov/FSCAC. As you may know, this advisory committee is statutorily required under the James M. Inhofe National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2023, and thus formally established under the Federal Advisory Committee Act, or FSCA, as of our charter's official filing date of February 28th, 2023. This committee is considered a federal advisory committee and is governed by the requirements under FSCA. My role as the DFO is to manage the day-to-day administrative operations of the committee, attend all committee meetings, and ensure the committee operates in compliance with FSCA. The duties of the committee include providing advice and recommendations to the GSA administrator, the FedRAMP board, and agencies on technical, financial, programmatic, and operational matters regarding secure adoption of cloud computing products and services. The majority of work for this committee will be focused around the FedRAMP Authorization Act of 2022 statutory requirements and purpose, specifically to examine the operations of FedRAMP and determine ways that the authorization process can continuously be improved, collect information and feedback on agency compliance with and implementation of FedRAMP requirements, and serve as a forum that facilitates communication and collaboration among FedRAMP stakeholder community. All committee members have received training regarding FACA requirements and their ethics obligations as regular government employees and/or representatives. In addition, each committee member has completed a financial disclosure report that has been reviewed by ethics attorneys to identify any potential conflicts of interest. Lastly, I do want to note that attendance has been reviewed and we do have a quorum established. I will now go through a roll call for all council members. Please let us know you are present by stating here. Ann Lewis.
Present.
Victor Brown.
Here.
Victor Brown is virtual.
Yes, I'm here.
Michael FSCAC. Ravi Yaganathan.
Here.
John Greenstein.
Present.
Marcy Womack.
Here.
Bronco Boken. Matt Scholl.
Here.
Bo Burles.
Present.
Lamont Yarbrough.
Here.
Naman Ansari.
Here.
Jackie Snowfer.
Here.
Bill Hunt.
Here.
And Joshua Cohen.
Here.
Thank you all for attending this important meeting. Just a few more housekeeping items to remember for our members. When asking questions, please hold all questions until the end of the presentation, but please make sure to make note of them during the presentations. At the end of the presentations, you will have a question. If you have a question, please turn your name tent to the side so that it stands up and that will indicate that you have a question and I will call on you. I ask members to identify themselves when they are speaking into microphones so that those listening via webcast or reading the minutes after the meeting will know who made which comment. And please make sure your microphone is turned off after your comment is made. To our speakers, open forum and presenters today, please note that we have a red card held up. The first time will indicate that you have 1 minute left to speak. And the second time will indicate that you are out of time. We are on a tight schedule today, so please be respectful of the time on the card. There will be an open public comment period this afternoon with 3 minutes allowed for each speaker. We will be interrupting speakers who exceed 3 minutes to allow more people to speak. So please speak succinctly and please be respectful of the time. If you are not a committee member, please hold all questions and comments until this time. All public comments submitted by Wednesday, May 17th were presented to the committee members prior to this meeting. If you are not called on to provide public comment today and have not already, you are welcome to submit your comments using our form on our website, www.gsa.gov/FSCAC. Thank you all. We will now begin our meeting by going around the table and introducing ourselves. Members, please say your name and your agency or organization when it is your turn. May we please start with Bill?
Bill Hunt, U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission.
Bronco Boken, Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency.
Michael Vasarka, Google.
Jackie Snoffer, Defense Information Systems Agency.
Joshua Cohen, Department of Veterans Affairs.
Ravi Jagannathan, Palo Alto Networks.
Ann Lewis, Technology Transformation Services at GSA.
Naman Ansari, Senior Procurement Executive at the SBA.
Bo Burles, GSA IT, U.S. General Services Administration.
John Greenstein, Bluescape Software.
Lamont Yarbrough, U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
RC Womack, Shellman.
Matthew Scholl, National Institute of Standards and Technology.
Thank you all. We want to thank you all. Now I have the honor to present Robin Carnahan, GSA Administrator. Robin currently serves as the Administrator of the U.S. General Services Administration. As administrator, she has working to empower GSA career professionals and build on the agency's efforts to deliver the best value in real estate acquisition and technology services to the federal government and American people. Prior to joining GSA, Robin served as in executive leadership roles in business, academia, and government, including as the Secretary of State for Missouri, and founded and led the state and local government practice at 18F, a technology consultancy inside GSA. She is a nationally recognized government technology leader, and in 2017 was named one of the federal government's top women in tech. Most recently, she was a fellow at Georgetown University's Beck Center, where she co-founded the State Software Collaborative. As Secretary of State, Robin also served as the state's chief election officer and state securities regulator, and was responsible for providing in-person and online services to hundreds and thousands of customers. An essential part of her job was leading the office's technology modernization efforts across 7 operating divisions. She frequently speaks, writes, and testifies about government innovation through smarter use of technology. While previously at GSA, Robin helped federal, state, and local government agencies improve customer-facing digital services and cut costs. She focused on training and empowering non-technical executives on ways to reduce risk and deliver better results for the public by more effective budgeting, procuring, implementing, and overseeing digital modernization products. Robin holds a bachelor's degree in economics from William Jewell College and a JD from the University of Virginia School of Law. Robin, thank you so much for joining us today.
Well, thanks, Michelle, and thanks so much to all of you. I could not be more excited to welcome all the members of the inaugural committee of the Federal Secure Cloud Advisory Committee. So thanks for being part of this, especially the 14 members that come from both the public and private sector. Just thrilled to have you and have your service. I know that all of you are going to bring really, really valuable insights and expertise to this job. And I also know that you're all really busy, juggling plenty of professional and personal responsibilities. And the fact that you volunteered to do this says a lot to me and to all of us about your commitment to serving your country and making things better than when you found them. So I appreciate that very much. And on behalf of the president and the Biden administration, I just want to thank you for your service. Thanks to Ann. I can't see you because I'm there's your hand. Hi, Ann. Thanks to, she's our TTS director, as you know. Appreciate you leading this. Zach, Michelle, they're our designated federal officers. They are going to keep the committee working efficiently and make sure we're all working within the bounds of the Federal Advisory Committee Act. So that's very important. So thank you all for that. And of course, members of the public, thanks for joining. You know, I often say that government is basically a service delivery business, and that public's trust in government is directly related to how well and how efficiently and effectively government delivers those services to them. It's personal. And it especially matters at really critical moments. And we saw it throughout the pandemic when people turned to government, and over again, that interaction did not engender trust. So whether it's small businesses or farmers looking to access loans, or veterans looking to access healthcare, or students looking for something from the government, there are so many things that directly touch people through the digital services that we provide them. And so today we know that we need to have simple, seamless, and secure digital services. The best way to do that, you all know, is to make sure those are done through secure cloud-based products and services. That's why the work of this committee is so important. And you all know FedRAMP it's the authorization process. It's the gate that literally every single thing, every cloud-based tool has to go through if it's going to interact with the public. That's a big deal. And I'm convinced that's why the work that we do together to improve FedRAMP is perhaps going to be some of the longest lasting, most impactful work we can possibly do. And it's going to change and improve millions of people's lives. So modernizing this process, how it works, automating things, streamlining functionality, rethinking governance structures, all of those things are on the table. And we want to hear your thoughts, folks from the public sector who've dealt with it, private sector who've dealt with it, ideas about how to make that better. But what is not negotiable are really the foundational principles that drive all of this work. And that's protecting national security, protecting government assets, protecting personal privacy, and doing this at the same time that we are accessing best-in-class digital solutions to serve all of our people. Now, FedRAMP, you know, has been around for about a dozen years. And during that time, a lot of agencies have taken advantage of that and been able to get access to cutting-edge cloud technology. But if there's one thing that we know for sure, is the technology changes really fast. So we need a process for authorizing the use of these new tools that keeps up with the scale and the speed of change. Today, we know that nearly every major cloud provider has FedRAMP offerings, but we also know that the process of getting through that authorization is a pain. It needs to be simpler, faster, cheaper, especially for small businesses. Folks on the team know that I like to always ask, what does success look like? So let me tell you, for me, this process, success looks like to this. It just boils down to something pretty simple. And that's creating a FedRAMP process that is scalable, that's secure, and that's easy to use. And when I say easy to use, it means easy to use for the agency partners who are buying the cloud services that they need to meet their mission. It's easy to use for the businesses that want to have offerings to the government partners. And it's easy to use for millions of Americans who benefit from these kind of simple, streamlined, secure government services. Now, it's important that we remember that when we get this right, this isn't just about the federal government. It also, when we get it right, it paves the way for even greater impact because state and local governments often look to us in the federal government for best practices as they look to secure their own technology systems. And so I talk about all this stuff, not really as a trained technologist, but I am somebody who knows a lot of technologists. And if there's something I've learned about them, they tend to gravitate toward two kinds of things. One is really hard problems. And the second is work that has a big impact. So I will tell you, I can guarantee that the work of this committee checks both of those boxes because the complexity of providing simple and secure cloud services is only outpaced by the exponential growth that we know in the number of lives that are going to be touched by these tools. So just leave it with the fact that the urgency of this moment is very real. I believe that Americans' trust in their government depends on our democracy's ability and our government's ability to deliver for them. So that's what this is all about, helping that delivery go better, faster, cheaper, in ways that are secure. So thank you again for stepping up to serve the country at this really important moment. The stakes could not be higher. So let's get to work.
Robin, thank you so much for joining us today. We really appreciate your comments and expression of how important you think this committee is. Now I'd like to introduce Sunny Hashmi, the Commissioner of the Federal Acquisition Service at GSA. Sunny Hashmi is the Commissioner of the U.S. General Services Administration's Federal Acquisition Service. In this position, he oversees the delivery of more than 87 billion of products, services, and solutions that enable federal agencies to efficiently accomplish their missions while saving taxpayer dollars. Known as a cloud computing thought leader, in the emerging technology industry. Sunny previously served as a managing director of global government strategy at Box. In that role, he worked with federal, state, local, and international government organizations on cloud and mobility strategy. Prior to joining Box, Sunny served as GSA's Chief Information Officer, the CIO, and Chief Technology Officer, the CTO. He led the agency's IT modernization strategy as GSA adopted cloud computing, agile acquisition, and DevSecOps principles, and helped create cloud computing and performance measurement roadmap for the federal government. Sunny is active in the federal IT community and has been recognized with several awards, including the Fed 100, FedScoop 50, and as a finalist of the prestigious Samuel J. Heyman Service to America Medal. He earned a master's degree in engineering from Purdue University and a master's certificate in innovation management from the University of Maryland. Sunny, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. Good morning. And thanks for reminding me to update my bio because that is ridiculously long and unnecessary. Thank you. Good morning. I'm so excited to be here. Thank you so much for making the time to be part of this inaugural meeting of the Federal Secure Cloud Advisory Committee. My name is Sunny Hashmi. I'm the Commissioner for the Federal Acquisition Service. I am just thrilled to be here. I have to tell you, and I also had the privilege of serving as the chair for the selection committee for this FSCAC. And I can tell you that we were spoiled for choice when it comes to amazing thought leaders who expressed interest in being part of this committee. So congratulations for being part of this inaugural team. We look forward to all the great things that you all are going to discuss and come up with and taking your guidance as we move forward. I've had the privilege of being associated with the FedRAMP program from literally its very inception back in 2011. I was a CIO for GSA and served as one of the original JAB members on the FedRAMP JAB board, working closely with Bo Burles and others. We had this moment back in 2011 when the need became acute to develop a common way for the federal government to trust its partnership with cloud service providers. At the time, in the absence of a common baseline and a common process, every cloud service provider had to go through a process of authorization and review with every agency that it did business with. Not only did it create an untenable amount of work on the cloud service providers side, but it created an unnecessary amount of duplication and rework on the government side. So the concept in partnership with OMB at that time was to create one common process and one effort to be able to have cloud service providers who have a common structure over and over again, to go through that process once and to be able to reuse that authorization by any agency who wants to use cloud. While looking back, it looks like that it was an easy process. I can tell you that it wasn't. In the absence of any ability to come together as a government and being able to develop not just a baseline of security controls, but also in the context of different mission areas, it was a very difficult challenge to make progress. However, I'm very proud to see what the team has accomplished over the last 12 years. When we started, the world looked very different. We had a small number of very large cloud service providers, and the program was designed originally with the concept that there's going to be a somewhat finite number of cloud service products and a finite need on the government side. And so we can create a program where we can predict the amount of effort and volume that we're going to be working with. But clearly, the world has changed quite a bit. It's not just a few cloud service providers that are providing these large infrastructure providers. In fact, every single technology, every single capability that the government leverages, everything from mission support systems to weapon systems to command and control systems to operational technology, it now relies on cloud. And that expectation, that need continues to grow. That's fantastic for the country. That's fantastic for our industry partners because the amount of innovation, the speed of that innovation continues to grow. And we want to create a process and rethink this process in a way that we can actually leverage and continue to take advantage of that innovation and that capability in the market. After leaving GSA last time, I also served as a person responsible at a cloud service provider, helping to get our product through the FedRAMP process. So I've seen this process from the other side. I know firsthand how difficult and challenging it can be. how painful it is to convince your board of directors that investing in the FedRAMP process is the right strategic move for the company. It's not cheap, it's not free, it's a significant amount of effort. And I also saw the opportunity and access that it unlocks when you actually do go through this process, not just for government buyers, but also buyers across other regulated industries. I remember our company, when we finally did achieve FedRAMP, opened conversations with financial services providers and banks and insurance companies and healthcare providers, because those industries also are looking for a baseline for trusting a cloud service provider. So while that's not the job of the TTS organization, the FedRAMP organization, we respect and take very seriously the fact that the work that we do here impacts many industries across the country. I also had the opportunity to advise the governments of Canada, the government of Japan, and Singapore, as well as the governments of the UK, on establishing a similar program in their jurisdictions. And they actively look at this program to mirror best practices in their environments. And now in my role as commissioner and working very closely with Anne and the FedRAMP team, I'm proud to make sure that we take this program forward. So while great progress has been made, when we started, the average authorization time took about 12 to 24 months. And with the great effort of the team, through a lot of focus on automation, reducing burden, reducing duplication, the average authorization takes about 7 to 8 months right now, so about cut in half. And in fact, JAB authorizations take about 4 to 5 months. We recognize that the scalability of the program is still limited. And it's not just about going through an authorization, it's about developing a relationship that continues through continuous monitoring. So with every new authorization that comes into the FedRAMP program, which continues to grow, there is an ongoing relationship that government and industry needs to maintain. And so we want to make sure that we create and evolve this program into one where that scalability can be maintained. And of course, ideally continue to draw down and drive down that cycle time. The work that you do here will matter. As Robin mentioned, this work will help us think about the next iteration of the program and really evolve it in the way that it needs to go. So with that, I would just want to again reiterate my thanks for you and your time. We look forward to your energy, your effort, and your thought leadership. And we look forward to enhancing the program for the benefit of not just the government, but also the private sector and the industry partners, as well as our international partners around the globe. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Lenny. Now I would like to introduce our FSCAC chair, Ann Lewis, to make a few comments.
Thank you, Michelle. Hi, everyone. My name is Ann Lewis, and I was appointed in December as the Director of Technology Transformation Services, or TTS, at GSA, and I'm also the Deputy Commissioner of Federal Acquisition Services. I'm here today in my role as the Chair of the Federal Secure Cloud Advisory Committee. I'm really honored to be here. I've worked in tech for about 20 years at big companies, startups, nonprofits, consulting organizations. But for me as a technology leader, and I know many of you feel the same way, government is where the most rewarding and highest impact tech work is, and where choices about cloud architecture and offerings have a significant and long-term impact. As for my background, I'm a technologist through and through. I have a degree in computer science from Carnegie Mellon, and during my 20 plus years in tech, I've had the opportunity to work in the areas of full stack software development, distributed system scaling, cybersecurity, technical leadership, and most importantly in this context, cloud architecture, including witnessing firsthand the birth of the industry while working at what is now a major infrastructure as a service provider and seeing the industry grow. So as I've seen the impact of cloud computing in the private sector, I've also seen the impact in the public sector. And I'm so excited about the opportunity that we all have together to better empower technology leaders in agencies to make the right build versus buy choices for their agencies and programs so that they can deliver better government experiences to the public. As chair, my role today is to lead this group, facilitate discussions, make sure that we hear from all of you, and discussions that allow us to bring together our experience from many parts of industry and government, and to synthesize guidance and recommendations for the FedRAMP program. I'm eager to be a part of this discussion and conversation with a really impressive group of experts here at the table who really understand the impact of this work on agencies, programs, and ultimately the public. As I've been speaking with you this morning and today, I just wanted to say I'm very impressed with the experience and expertise we have around the table today. Not only do we have a strong representation of both federal government and industry leaders, but also years of experience in cybersecurity, cloud computing, cloud infrastructure, emerging technologies, cloud acquisition and procurement, and many other areas. So I just wanted to thank all of you for bringing this thought leadership and your experience and expertise to the table. The discussion and hard work that will happen in this room and moving forward over the next 5 years has the potential to create opportunities for cloud services that will meet some of our biggest challenges in the federal government and increase the FedRAMP marketplace. FedRAMP makes it possible for the federal government to access critical, secure, and best-in-class cloud services while protecting data and information. As a security partner across industry and the federal government, FedRAMP's security framework is designed to make it easier to incorporate a growing marketplace of services. FedRAMP provides a consistent authorization process and the tools, information, and training to enable the success of agencies, cloud providers, and assessors. Many agencies already leverage the benefits of cloud services. Veterans Administration, for example, has partnered with 13 different cloud providers over the last 2 years through their agency authority to operate and the FedRAMP authorization process. The VA's use of cloud services has enabled them to better provide veterans with the benefits that they've earned, such as home loans, education benefits, and healthcare. FedRAMP recently announced that they have reached 300 cloud service providers. This is a really impressive milestone. Federal agencies now have access to more cloud service offerings that they need to do their jobs effectively and efficiently, from providing remote access, providing scalability to existing systems, to rolling out collaboration and efficiency tools, just to name a few. As more cloud service offerings are authorized through the now very broad and diverse cloud marketplace, federal agencies have more options for cloud services, which can lead to increased competition, better pricing, and ultimately empowering federal government technology leaders to be able to make the right build versus buy and integration and enterprise architecture choices for their organizations. This is a significant milestone as it highlights the continued growth and the maturity of the FedRAMP program. The work that we will do together as a group will increase that number, increase the success, increase the number of offerings, improve the processes involved. And this work will be essential to providing cloud services to the government at even more attractive offerings and combinations and prices, increasing the breadth of services and sectors in the FedRAMP marketplace. And I also just want to note that partnerships between the private and the public sectors are essential to doing business in government. It's important that we work together and evolve collectively. It's also critical that we work closely with our industry partners as government leaders and leverage the knowledge and experience of the private sector so that we can evolve together in ways that best work for government. Together, we can do so much. Today, we're going to bring together government experts and industry experts and make cloud offerings a priority for the present and the future. So again, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today and to lead today's agenda. And I'll now move forward with reviewing our charter. Next slide, please. So our charter has been approved and filed with the appropriate bodies for record keeping as of February 28th, 2023. You have copies of it in your folders here, and it's also been posted online, and I think you also have email copies as well. So this charter goes over key items of information such as this committee's authority, our objectives, scope of activities, duties, the agency the committee reports to, our support, frequency of meetings, duration of the committee, membership and designation, etc. So I'd like to point out on this slide and also the next slide, if you would like the visual reference, briefly the scope and boundaries of the Federal Advisory Committee, as I know many agencies and organizations are eager to work with this committee. So to call your attention to section 3, the FSCAC will examine FedRAMP operations and advise the GSA administrator, the FedRAMP board, and agencies on how to ensure effective and ongoing coordination of agency adoption, use, authorization, monitoring, acquisition, and security of cloud computing products and services to enable agency mission and administrative priorities. So this defines the scope of our work here today. Any topic outside of the scope does not apply to the committee, but the scope itself you can see here is quite broad. And in particular, we play a critical role in providing advice to the committee, to the board, and also the FedRAMP team on how to scale operations over time. So paying attention to scope here, All requests for work products will need to come from the GSA administrator, not another organization or agency. So we report up to the GSA administrator, who you just met. So just to answer some questions that came up in our Monday briefing on the scope of our work here together. In scope are any operational considerations related to FedRAMP and how to achieve the goals stated in the charter. Out of scope are suggestions related to or representing individual company needs. But in scope are suggestions that we collectively come up with related to industry and agency needs. Also in scope are the OMB memo, which many of you have seen and read already, and also any other operational considerations that this group comes up with. So we get to determine what we talk about and what we prioritize within this scope. Topics for discussion are not dictated by an external body. They're determined by us, and we are ultimately providing recommendations to the GSA administrator. Additionally, in order to guide our conversations today and moving forward, I'd also like to set the stage that our advice and recommendations should be sector or even market-wide, which I know that many of you are already thinking about, a big picture view, a supply chain level view, and not specifically advocating for one particular company or one particular company's interest over another. It's important that we represent the fairest and most competitive incentives that will provide the government with the best cloud offerings that meet the needs of federal agency programs and technology leaders. So that is our mandate, and that is the scope of our work. Within that, we can determine which topics we think are highest priority to help us provide the best recommendations to the FedRAMP team. So I'll just pause there. That was a lot of information, and open up the floor for any questions that any of you might have about the charter. All right, 100% crystal clear on the charter. All right, great. Well, thank you all, and I will pass it back to Michelle.
All right, great. Well, thank you guys. We are scheduled for a short break. We are actually running quite a bit early, but I would request that we take a 15-minute break now and then have a longer lunch time so that you can accomplish more things during that break. So if you please go ahead and return by 10:20, we will reconvene. Thank you.
How is he doing? Oh my gosh. No, that's impossible. That violates my concept of space and time. Yeah. Wow. Yes, that's a big, yeah. Right, it's like, this is a person? It doesn't add up. Well, thank you. Yeah, so truck along pretty good. We're gonna learn that. It's almost the same. Victims of
presenting some background information on the FedRAMP program to help us get started and give us some context for our discussion later this afternoon. In that discussion, we will begin talking about our priorities and what initiatives we want to work on with this committee. Brian joined the Federal Risk Authorization Management Program team at GSA in December 2018. He brought with him a wealth of technical knowledge and leadership experience. Brian acquired his foundational leadership, technical, and project management skills while serving as a United States Marine Corps member. Upon his transition from active duty, Brian joined Booz Allen Hamilton, where he spent over 7 years leveraging and growing his IT, cybersecurity, and project management skills, supporting various clients across Department of Defense, including U.S. Marine Corps, United States Navy, and the Chief Information Officer for the DoD. During this time, Brian became recognized as a cloud computing cybersecurity subject matter expert within the federal government. At GSA, Brian continues his service as the acting FedRAMP director since January 2021. In addition to his role as acting director, as the cybersecurity program manager, he leads multiple efforts associated with the Joint Authorization Board, the JAB, assessment and authorization activities that facilitate the authorization and adoption of commercial cloud services across the federal government. Brian's education includes senior executive fellowship at the Harvard John F. Kennedy School of Government, an MS in information technology management from the U.S. Naval Postgraduate School, and a BA in history with a minor in economics from the University of Memphis. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you very much. Anne, Michelle, members of the committee, it's great to be here to address you in your inaugural meeting. The goal for today is to give you a background on the FedRAMP program, basically where it stands now, and give you some information on some of our ongoing strategic initiatives, which I think are going to be germane to this committee's conversations. Next slide, please. This is a more detailed agenda, again, going with the program overview, the impact of the program, some goals and initiatives, and then I'm going to end the brief with some strengths and challenges that I think will be subject to conversation. Next slide. So it is FedRAMP. I'm not going to go into the history. Sunny did a great job of giving you the history of the program, but to say that the program has grown over the last dozen years, we still, next slide, please. Or wait. Yeah, we're good right there. I can't see, so I'm negotiating that. So the mission of FedRAMP stays the same. We want to continue to promote the adoption of secure cloud services utilizing a standardized approach to security and risk assessment. Okay, the vision is to accelerate the expansion of the marketplace of secure cloud services for federal agencies to use. That is the North Star that we keep our eyes on. We want to grow the marketplace. We want to have agencies to have access to a greater number and a more diverse set of commercial cloud services to use. Next slide. So FSMA requires agencies to authorize systems based on risk, and FedRAMP standardizes that for the cloud. We have the value proposition of the program is there's a do once, use many times. So when the security assessment is done, it can be reused across agencies the cloud providers security packages can be reused across agencies for whomever may be interested in using that particular cloud service. The increased collaboration between the stakeholder community, which includes agencies and cloud providers and the third-party assessors, didn't necessarily exist before. And that's one of the other benefits of the program is there's clear collaboration, communication across the stakeholder community. We do tons of outreach, meeting with cloud providers and 3PAOs and agencies to talk about their challenges and issues with FedRAMP. It's also characterized by validated work. So before a cloud provider comes on the marketplace, that security assessment has been validated by the FedRAMP PMO. In the cases of an agency authorization, we receive an ATO from the agency, their acceptance of risk. We receive the FedRAMP package, the standardized FedRAMP package using our standardized baselines, And then we do an examination of some critical controls and federal mandates before we issue the FedRAMP authorization and put it up on the marketplace. And we have a repository for central sharing. So if there's agencies who want to use or who are interested in using specific cloud providers, they can request access to the security packages, and they can then do their own assessment without, again, having to redo the work. Next slide, please. So like anything in the government, there's a legal and policy framework. FSMA requires agencies to protect federal information. OMB Circular A130 states that when agencies implement FSMA, they use the NIST controls. FedRAMP policy is basically taking the NIST controls and making them more cloudy, if you will, applying them to commercial cloud systems. And of course, we have the FedRAMP Authorization Act, which was passed recently in December, which formalizes the program and establishes this particular body. Next slide. So prior to the passing of the FedRAMP Authorization Act, this is what our governance structure looked like. I'm going to refer to the red banana on the left-hand side of the screen. That is the legacy JAB, the CIOs of GSA, DHS, and DoD. There's also interaction with the Office of Management and Budget, the Chief Information Officer Council, and NIST. Next slide. In post-legislation, this is what our governance structure looks like. In the legislation, we still have the FedRAMP board, which consists of GSA, DHS, and DoD, but there's also provisions for increasing the size of the board by up to 4 more members. We've also included in this slide the Federal Secure Cloud Advisory Committee. You can see at the very top. And there's also the same players with OMB, the CISO, and the CIO Council for cross-agency coordination. And of course, our work with the National Institutes of Standards and Technology, who provide the catalog of security controls that we apply for commercial cloud services. Next slide. Drilling down a little bit, talking about the designations in our own marketplace. There are 3 specific ones for cloud providers if they've interacted with the FedRAMP program: FedRAMP Ready, In Process, or FedRAMP Authorized. Simply stating FedRAMP Ready is a snapshot of the cloud provider to see if they can make it, if they have the cybersecurity programs in place to actually eventually meet a FedRAMP authorization. In Process is when the cloud provider is actively working with the legacy joint authorization board or with an agency through the initial authorization process. And of course, when they're listed as FedRAMP authorized, that means that they either have an ATO in place from an agency and the FedRAMP authorization, or the provisional authorization in place from the Joint Authorization Board. Next slide. So why does the JAB issue a provisional authorization? The JAB doesn't accept risk on behalf of the government. It is basically stating that the cloud service meets a certain standard in cybersecurity that will enable agencies to reuse it. Conversely, when we see cloud providers coming in from the agency side, the agencies have done the initial assessment, they've accepted risk and issued an ATO. And when all that is done, they send the package over to the FedRAMP PMO, where we examine the package to make sure it's of sufficient quality, to make sure that there's hitting federal mandates and federal requirements before we issue the FedRAMP authorization. And at that point, we'll list them on the marketplace as FedRAMP authorized. Next slide. To give you a broad view of our stakeholders, we have over 200 agencies participating in the program. We have an agency liaison program that we established almost 3 years ago, where we have basically a duty expert in every agency who part of their job is to learn and be their agency's expert on FedRAMP. We have approximately 138 liaisons representing 80 different agencies at this point. And so what we've been able to do is use these liaisons to train them so they can go back to their agencies and let everybody know what new FedRAMP policies are out there or what they can and can't do with regards to FedRAMP. Regarding our commercial partners, we have over 400 cloud services represented in the marketplace. And regarding our assessors, we have over 40 recognized third-party assessors. Next slide. I've mentioned the FedRAMP Marketplace. That is the authoritative source of where you'll find authorized cloud services or any cloud services who are in the process of working with FedRAMP, as well as the recognized third-party assessors. It enables researching, and frankly, from the feedback that we've gotten, not just from government agencies, but cloud providers use the marketplace frequently as well to see, who's in the playing field. They need a system to do multi-factor. They'll look on the FedRAMP Marketplace and see what's available. We also see agencies using it to see what's available to answer their mission needs. And it provides contact information and service descriptions for all of the cloud providers that are listed. Do you want me to wait until the end to take questions, or can I take questions now?
Just wait until the end.
Okay, good to go. I'm going to talk a little bit about the current FedRAMP PMO. We have, next slide, please. We have 6 work lanes, and I don't want you to leave the table thinking that these are stovepipe work lanes. We have 6 specific work lanes, but the communication, collaboration, and the cooperation is vital across those work lanes to make this happen. We have folks that are working on agency authorizations, but we have to have interest from and introspection from the person who's running the 3PAO lane to make sure that communication is happening when we unfortunately get some packages that may be of some optimal quality. We want to make sure that we're taking corrective action to maintain that. And so the point of this slide is to show the breadth of the work that happens in the PMO and to reinforce the fact that it's done collaboratively. Next slide. And this is the team. I have 4 full-time feds in the PMO, 5 full-time feds in the PMO right now, and I'm blessed to have a couple professionals on detail to do specific things within the PMO. We have Michelle, who is not only functioning as the DFO, but she's working on some acquisition stuff for us. And then we have Joe Rotano, who we retained from the TTS Centers of Excellence to help build our information systems architecture. Everybody else you see up here, myself, Betsy, John, and Ryan and Zach are covering down on the lanes that I mentioned previously. Next slide. Now that I've given you some basic information about the program, I'm going to talk about the impact. So Sonny mentioned the history. I'm not going to rehash history, but where that history has led us is the impact of FedRAMP. Next slide, please. So the marketplace growth over the years, for this slide, the important takeaway is the amount of reuses. And this is just showing from FY20 to FY22. The value proposition of FedRAMP is agencies not having to repeat a initial authorization every time every subsequent agency wants to use a cloud service. So the number of reuses that we see, the larger the number, translates, at least in my mind, to the value proposition of the program. And as you can imagine, in the spring of 2020, when all of a sudden agencies had to support remote workforces, the number of reuses shot up because we were fortunate to have authorized cloud services in the marketplace that could support the agency's mission. The agencies could get those things ATO'd because they're FedRAMP authorized, and they were able to support their response to COVID. Next slide. I call this one our number slide because it encapsulates really what some of the metrics that we capture. We have 308 authorized cloud services in the marketplace. 80% of those roughly are at the moderate impact level, but we're seeing a trend in the other direction to high systems. The Legacy Joint Authorization Board has done 52, and this is in the history of the program. And the agencies are responsible for 256 of those. Sonny mentioned the authorization timelines. Those are meant a little bit about those. Those are measured for the Joint Authorization Board when the technical representatives give a go decision after a formal kickoff. So we have a formal kickoff meeting with a cloud provider. The technical representatives look at all the data in the briefs from the cloud provider. They said, yes, they have, we don't see any showstoppers, they can go ahead with authorization. That's when we start the clock. And then we stop the clock when I get the final signature on the PATO letter for that particular service. The agency timeline is measured by when an agency starts working with a cloud provider all the way through their initial assessment in ATO and the work that the FedRAMP PMO does as well. So it's a combination, it's the sum of those two activities. I mentioned reuse. The reuse numbers keep growing year over year. Again, illustrating the value of the program. We're up to over 5,600 instances. The number that I think is really interesting on this slide is that we have 92 cloud providers in process. So there are almost 100 different cloud providers right now going through the FedRAMP process to come into the marketplace once they get authorized. And that represents a growth in the amount of technology that the federal government has available to it. And then we have 22 that are FedRAMP ready. A little note about FedRAMP ready. I mentioned it before in our designations. Right now, FedRAMP is a demand-driven program. So presently, to get a FedRAMP authorization, you have to have an agency partner, or you have to have demonstrated demand in a business case to come through the Joint Authorization Board. So what we've done, and I think it was probably about 3 years ago, where we started allowing unpartnered cloud providers, those that don't have verifiable demand either through an agency partner or with the joint authorization, or enough to get through the Joint Authorization Board, to achieve a FedRAMP ready. This way, the cloud provider can get on the marketplace, demonstrate to any potential agency customers that they've made the commitment to get a FedRAMP authorization and, help in their business development. We do not do business development for cloud providers. We enable them to get a FedRAMP ready and come on the marketplace so they can do their business development. I want to make sure that we left that clear. The 4 security baselines corresponding to the FIPS impacts levels. The numbers that you see on the controls are based on revision 4. Those numbers are likely to change a little bit with the release of the revision 5 controls, which will happen shortly. Next slide. Talking about program successes, again, we passed the 300 authorization mark. And what that means since September of 2020, federal agencies have access to more innovative cloud technology than they did before. Interestingly, I mentioned that the majority of the systems that we have in the marketplace right now are at the moderate impact level. We've seen a 50% increase in the number of high impact systems that are coming through specifically from agencies. Typically, the high impact systems would come through the Joint Authorization Board, but we're seeing more and more high impact systems being authorized by the agency path. And that's an interesting stat to note. Just for the committee's knowledge, FedRAMP doesn't do anything with national security systems, or we don't do anything with classified materials. So the highest impact level we're going to get is FIPS high. So think law enforcement sensitive data, immigration data, that kind of stuff. That's where an agency will determine the impact level of the data and have a cloud corresponding to that. I mentioned the number of reuses, again, illustrating the value of the program. And we've partnered with the National Institutes of Standards and Technology to develop the Open Security Controls Assessment Language, or OSCAL. And so through this work, through several years of work, we were able to receive a package in the OSCAL format. We did it kind of as a proof of concept to see what it would take for us to have that sort of infrastructure inside the PMO to help automate the creation, delivery, and validation of security packages. And it worked. And so when I start talking about our strategic initiatives, you'll see how that plays together. With regards to OSCAL, we've hosted 11 what we call data bite sessions that have had over 600 participants that support and promote the adoption of OSCAL across our stakeholder community. We're in on this OSCAL, and we want to make sure that we enable adoption across again, with our stakeholders. And then, the other thing is we're going to release the Rev 5 baselines, which corresponds to the updated NIST guidance. And along with that is going to be the transition plan. And something new this time is the templates in OSCAL and Microsoft Word format. Next slide. So I've given a lot of history of the program, things that we've done up to this point. I'm going to go into some of our long-term goals and our strategic objectives. Next slide, please. So these long-term goals, these 3 long-term goals are stable across the program. We want to continue to grow the FedRAMP marketplace. There is a bunch of great innovative technology available, cloud-based technology. We want to make sure that we grow that, grow the marketplace and make it available for the federal government. We want to transform our processes. We had a major process transformation in 2017 when we went to what's called the FedRAMP accelerated process. Now it's the standard process for the Legacy Joint Authorization Board, which has reduced the authorization time for those systems down to less than 5 months, where it would take 18 to 24 prior to that. The flip side of transforming processes is, I'm going to talk a little bit about OSCAO and how we're going to automate, how we intend to automate some of the package handling and validations and stuff like that. But the flip side of that coin is also looking internally to what we can do in the PMO to make our processes more efficient and find ways to automate things like that. We're looking actively at the customer relationship management tool inside GSA to help with our CRM functions. It's time that we do that, and again, thinking that the efficiencies that will bring along will be incredibly helpful. And also, finally, promote knowledge sharing. This is a constant for the FedRAMP PMO. We want to make sure that we are providing information to stakeholders, prospective CSPs who want to come through the process, agencies, third-party assessors, industry groups, advisory committees, the whole 9 yards. And so that is a constant move for us. We're active in blogging. We put out a lot of great information in our blog. We don't set policy from our blog, but we amplify information and cool stuff that's happening in the program. Next slide, please. I talked about automation, and these 5 priority areas support those three initiatives. Okay, talking about redesigning the authorization path, we've heard a lot about how we want to make it faster, easier for cloud providers and agencies to go through. Part of that is not automating bad processes, but evaluating the processes that we have and then incorporating automation to make those better processes run faster. Establishing an automation ecosystem. I mentioned that we had a detail inside the PMO from the Centers of Excellence, and that's what Joe is working on building is our information systems architecture. Okay, for a long time we've been living off of borrowed time or space on disparate systems to support the FedRAMP mission, and we're 12 years old now, and we should be walking on our own. And so in order to do that, we need to figure out and to support automation, not just next year, but in 5, 7, 10 years, we want to make sure that we build the foundation to build on. And that's where that automation ecosystem is important. Automating continuous monitoring controls. Every conversation I have with JAB reviewers and JAB technical representatives is the way we do continuous monitoring right now is laborious. Back of the envelope calculation is that JAB reviewers are spending 80% of their time on continuous monitoring and 20% on authorizing new systems. We feel that through our automation initiatives, we're going to be able to swing that pendulum more to equilibrium and free up time for reviewers, in addition to providing better information to agency authorizing officials so they can make risk-based decisions. That's something that, at least on the agency side, that I'm looking to do a better job of, making sure that we're getting authorizing officials better information. And then we want to expand the automated validations and self-validations tool. One of the biggest problems we have when we get packages in, at least on the agency side, is quality issues, suboptimal quality of packages. So that causes the FedRAMP agency review team to have to pass it back to the CSP, get it corrected. No, it's not right. Come back, go fix it, and come back. With the automated validations, we're going to hopefully eliminate a lot of that back and forth, and that translates into a reduction in the authorization timeline as well. Next slide. So talking about an automated and modernized FedRAMP, the vision is that stakeholders are creating, submitting, and adjusting assessment documentation using a machine readable format. The FedRAMP PMO isn't going to dictate what tool stakeholders can use, which is why we've been working very hard with NIST on the language, the machine readable format where, somebody can use their governance, risk, and compliance tool of their choice. And as long as it can ingest the packages in that format, it's a win for everyone. So across the board. The goal is to improve the processes and modernize systems to provide faster identification. This is important, provide faster identification and resolution for cybersecurity threats, better protected cloud, which translates into better protected cloud services. Again, we have very manual labor intensive processes right now. And, by using and implementing automation and in the future, AI, we can potentially speed this up. And again, with the goal of providing better information to authorizing officials. The objectives are to provide access to more secure cloud services to support the agency's mission. Again, that was our first goal. Conduct faster authorizations. I know that's germane to the committee, and allow stakeholders to better assess risk by automating continuous monitoring. So I'm really excited about seeing where this goes with our automation and our strategic initiatives. Next slide. So I spent a lot of time laying the groundwork of what FedRAMP is, what we've done, and where we're going. And then, so what I want to share with you as I close out is a simple SWOT analysis on our view of the playing field, so to speak. Next slide. I'm going to start with strengths and go clockwise. So, the strengths are the continuous support and advocacy from GSA, TTS, FAS. You heard Sunny and Robin this morning, and Ann. So the regulatory environment is very permissive for FedRAMP right now. We see the strengths in cost savings by leveraging work done again by others. That's the reuse numbers, and collaborating between agencies, CSPs, and 3PAOs. When we talk about automation, one of the things that I'm cautious about is automating to the point where we're losing the human touch in between, in the collaboration with cloud providers, agencies, and third-party assessors. Having that opportunity to meet with those stakeholders and hear their concerns live and in person is incredibly valuable. Something that I spend a lot of time talking to stakeholders about, that FedRAMP is a collaborative process, that everybody has their part to play to collaborate to protect federal information. Unfortunately, some folks may not hear what the FedRAMP PMO has to say, but we all do it collaboratively. And I believe that it's mentioned there as a strength, and I absolutely believe that. Some of the weaknesses, time and cost for authorization, current barriers to entry, especially for small businesses, and program policy is intentionally broad and subject to variance and interpretation. I've been trying to wrap my head around this one for a while. When I talk to stakeholders, I mentioned that our policies are like guardrails on a road. We can't expect all the cloud providers, we have 300 and some in the marketplace. We can't expect them to all march up and down the center lane of a proverbial road. Everybody has different technologies. Everybody has different service models, et cetera. So we set our policies in our, broadly as guardrails in the road. So as long as you fit in between them, you're okay. The downside to that is that that can create variance in interpretation amongst our CSPs, our agencies, and our third-party assessors. And so I believe that, we're trying to figure out a way to make our policy and guidance more clear, but yet accommodating for the variety of cloud service providers that we see. The threats, the increasing complexity of new and emerging technology. I've had some conversations with my OMB colleagues about generative AI. What is that going to look like inside a FedRAMP boundary? And how are we going to make sure it's secure? There's evolving threat landscape. As conflagrations happen over the world, between the Russians and the Ukrainians, in some cases, that doesn't that doesn't mean that we can take our eye off the ball in protecting federal information. Unfortunately, there's some slow adoption of cloud in some agencies. That could be culture, that could be resource driven, but we feel that there can be more done to have agencies adopt FedRAMP authorized cloud services. And again, the program misconceptions. What actually happens under the hood in FedRAMP? What are our authorization processes look like? That kind of stuff. I want to end with opportunities, because I think, standing in front of the inaugural meeting of the Federal Secure Cloud Advisory Committee, that's what you're hungry to hear. And from my perspective, market expansion through partnering with small businesses, I believe, is a huge opportunity. It's a huge opportunity for agencies to be able to leverage innovative technology that's out there. The reciprocity and flexibility potentially with other compliance regimes. Can we possibly look at the maturity of an organization if they've gone through multiple security and compliance regimes? How deep do we need to look under the hood at them if they've been doing it for several years, just not in the FedRAMP space? And adopting requirements and processes to address emerging risks and technologies. I kind of mentioned that with the generative AI. As it stands, the FedRAMP process to get authorized was created a dozen years ago, and it was kind of a one size fits all. But I think one of the opportunities that I didn't necessarily mention up here, again, partnering with small businesses, but looking at ways to maybe morph our processes to accommodate the differences in hyperscale CSPs versus small businesses. Just food for thought as you embark on your mission to chew on some of these big, heavy problems that or address some of the opportunities that we have in FedRAMP. I think those are some of the things that are top of mind for me. And at this point, I'm open for questions.
All right, great. Thank you so much, Brian. 4 questions for the members in the room. If you will please take your name tent and put it on the side so it's standing up. And then I will call on you for all questions. Please also identify yourself when speaking into the microphone, so those listening via webcast or reading minutes after the meeting will know who made which comment. First, I'm going to go to Victor Brown, who is joining us remotely, and to see if Victor has any questions. Victor?
Hey, thank you. No, I don't have any questions. That was a very good presentation. It laid it out well.
Thank you, sir.
I think I turned that off. Now it's on. Okay. Press me to mess up the technology. It's Matt from NIST. Hi, bro. So this is not a question, but first of all, I love your website. It's a great example of transparency in a government conformance program and lays out information very well. I use it as an example internally to point to people to say, this is a good example of transparency for it. So that's awesome. You had mentioned reciprocity, which was, but you had kind of mentioned it one way of maybe taking certifications that have been done that not necessarily under the FedRAMP rubric. Are you aware of others who do reciprocity for FedRAMP, anecdotally, as an example?
Who accept FedRAMP authorization?
Yes, or not just accept it, but maybe even or require it.
Sure. The one that comes to the top of my head is the DoD, the DFARS clause. Jackie will help me on if I get the verbiage right, but they're required to use, if a DIB partner, defense industrial base partner, is going to use an external cloud service, it has to meet FedRAMP moderate equivalence.
How about commercials? PCI. This morning, there was some mention about working with the UK and other countries. I'm just curious if any of that has happened or if you're aware of it.
So I'm not quite sure about adoption. I do have anecdotal information in conversations I've had with cloud providers. So in wearing my hat as a cybersecurity program manager running the JAB lane, up until this year, I used to do one-on-ones with cloud providers. We would give an opportunity for all the cloud services that had JAB authorization or were working with the JAB to have a one-on-one with me, and I would sit down, we, flesh out the questions, but the information I would get from them anecdotally is their work in FedRAMP is used to raise the boat, raise the level of cybersecurity in their own organization. So their thinking was, if I have to go through this rigorous process for FedRAMP and it's really good and it really works, why not apply that across the board? With regards to foreign governments, I've probably had 6 or 7 engagements over the last year. Government of Japan, I've spoken to Australians, Brazilians, Mexicans, and the World Bank, and Canadians.
All right, I have one other. We run a lot of testing and conformance programs for the nation, mostly through the calibration centers. And, we do everything from concrete to peanut butter at NIST. I mean, and that's literally. We have found if you're doing a conformance program that has a surveillance mechanism to it, a continuous monitoring aspect where you're doing post certification review, a 3 to 4 to 1 ratio is usually kind of what was expected. Every new one that comes in then has a 3 to 4 level, times level of effort for the maintenance program going forward. So yeah, that's the difficult, because now you're going not linear, you're going logarithmic in your effort. Yeah. So I understand, empathize, and recognize that problem.
Yep. And so, we see, again, back the envelope calculation that legacy JAB reviewers are spending 80% of their time on continuous monitoring, and they're doing it for 52 systems. My challenge is scaling the program to a point, incorporating automation, being able to get, again, good data to authorizing officials for, 6 times that many systems. And so, yeah, no, it's a good problem to have, that we have more cloud providers coming into the marketplace. And it just, that's that, again, I want to go back to the collaborative nature that we have with the program, with our stakeholders, is hearing best practices from cloud providers or agencies and stuff like that. We'll be the first to say that, FedRAMP is a multifaceted, this issue is multifaceted, right? And we don't have, necessarily perspective on the whole thing. And that's why the collaboration is important. Great question. Thanks.
All right, great. John, you have a question?
Sure. So John Greenstein, Bluescape, also want to say it was a great presentation and thanks for the overview. I also, for my question, just want to validate one thing you said, which is as you're looking to scale through automation, the program does have a human element to it. So I just, our experience going through the FedRAMP program was, and I just mentioned this to Jackie as well, it took too much time, it cost too much money and all of that stuff. However, each of the human interactions was kind of kept us as a small CSP going forward. So more opportunities for that human interaction, even as you go through scale, really important. And it went the same thing with working with DISA. It was, yeah, that was it. So I just want to validate something that you're saying, that there is a human touch. The question is, obviously, as we look at those opportunities that you presented out there, that first one, I'm just kind of curious if you think what market expansion by partnering with small business looks like. If you could just expand a little more on that point and your vision for that.
Sure. So, we understand the tech landscape, that there are a lot of companies out there building, particularly software as a service. Probably not going to see a lot of infrastructure players coming into the marketplace. That's pretty much set. But there are a lot of opportunities for some really great innovative software as a solution, pieces to come in. Having to get, lay the groundwork. Something I talk about quite a bit is lowering the barriers to entry into the program without lowering the cybersecurity bar. Protecting federal information is a huge responsibility, but I'm curious. I want to find a way to lower the barriers to entry, barriers of cost, that kind of thing that affects small businesses in a bigger proportion than it would a hyperscale provider. And so I'm not sure if I'm on the right track with your question, but I want to make sure that, what can we do strategically, process-wise, policy-wise, standards-wise to facilitate that. You good?
That's good. Yeah, that's a good, it's a good start. I didn't know if you had something in mind that you were leading to, but it does sound. It's making the program, if I summarize, a little more advantageous for SaaS providers as opposed to the hyperscale providers.
Well, not to say that there won't be hyperscale SaaS providers, but we understand that, small businesses are likely providing SaaS products instead of infrastructure.
Great. Bill, you have a question?
Yeah, a couple of things. Just Conrad, I wanted to go back to Mr. Scholl's statement about other organizations requiring FedRAMP authorization. And particularly, I wanted to touch on state and local. I think you were familiar, maybe I wanted to prompt you a little bit to brag, because some state and local governments are requiring the FedRAMP authorization. Maybe you can talk about that for just a second.
Yeah, actually, we've seen a kind of I don't want to say a cottage industry, but kind of a cottage industry that's cropped up. We've seen individual states like Arizona and Texas implement basically FedRAMP type programs. And then there was a nonprofit that was created called StateRAMP to help facilitate the same thing across the state governments. Right now, the way that FedRAMP is funded, I'm precluded from interacting with state, local, and tribal. But we're seeing that the good work that is being done at the federal government is making its way out to those entities as well.
Well, I'm certainly not going to spend time today debating GSA's interpretation of the Intergovernmental Cooperation Act. I think my feelings on that have been stated in the past. I did want to also foot stomp the Berry Century for small business. I think that's an important thing to note here. I think we all know the time and requirements. To me, it's always akin to the same thing that we've been trying to do in getting folks from non-traditional backgrounds into government and into the actual federal service. The rigmarole that you have to go through for the federal resume process, it seems very analogous to me. So getting the opportunities for the small business, I think, is important. And then last, I want to ask one very specific question. I'm going to ask this very delicately. Because I know that you were representing GSA today on this platform. And obviously, in my past at the Office of Management and Budget, I always thought that this is one of the most impactful and important programs in government today. Many times stated that I think everybody should be using more and more of FedRAMP. So my question is this: in your personal opinion, and not speaking for GSA, with all of these opportunities that are on the table, do you believe that the FedRAMP program as it is today has the adequate resources to be successful?
I would leave that question to the folks at GSA, the leadership at GSA.
I think you've answered that question wonderfully. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Great question. So one of the challenges that we have with small businesses, right? Just to leave this out for the committee is, we want to get small businesses into the marketplace. We want to reduce the barriers. There's great technology out there. However, the challenge is convincing small businesses to make the investment with no guaranteed return on the back end. Just because we get small businesses into the marketplace that have great technology doesn't mean agencies are going to buy them. And so we have to find a balance of getting small businesses in and letting agencies know that capability is there.
Thank you.
Yes, Marcy.
All right.
This is Marcy Wishelman. So similar to Bill's comment, I'm curious about the authorization timelines, specifically the timelines that were mentioned for JAB and agency. I'm curious the period of time that those were calculated. Was it over a 5-year period? Was it over, and it's because we are seeing considerably different timelines. And I think that any person here would also agree with that. So I want to understand how those were calculated, what you're seeing currently, and then how you see that improving in the future.
Sure. Great question. So those are that's a running calculation. For our statistics, we throw out the top and bottom 20% outliers. So that represents the 80% solution or 80% of the cloud providers that we come through. That's a running total. So every time we have cloud providers come in, we track how long the process takes. I can understand what you're hearing is something different, because the perspective of a cloud provider who may have to go engineer something after they start the process is different from the actual assessment process that we're tracking. Okay, so when you see 4.6 months for the Joint Authorization Board, that's after the technical representatives who are designated representatives from the legacy JAB members say go until I get the final signature on the PATO letter. And that's the initial assessment done by the legacy JAB review teams. Conversely, on the agency side, when the agency starts working with a cloud provider and up and through ATO and then comes over to the FedRAMP PMO, we're actively measuring the assessment process, not the back-end engineering process or the contracting process that may affect cloud providers, but strictly the authorization process. Did that answer your question, Marcy?
Somewhat. So just to challenge the number a little bit, we, as of beginning of May, were told that the initial agency review process for, excuse me, not agency, PMO review process. So agency has already issued an ATO that gets delivered to the PMO. They perform their review as 5 to 6 months. That's the queue currently.
Yes.
Yeah. So what's being done to address that?
So what's being done to address that is we have recently undertaken some contractual actions to add reviewers to the review team. Through the American Rescue Plan last year, we added reviewers. We saw the queue go down from 13 weeks to 0. And so with the addition of these contractor resources, we expect to see the same results, but not on a temporary basis.
Okay, thank you.
And Noman has a next question. So if we could.
Yes, sir.
Yes, hi, Naman Ansari, Small Business Administration. Thank you for the presentation. And I'll preface my questions by saying I'm probably the least technical individual on this committee, so I apologize for some of these questions. But do you actually have data on authorization cost or small business failure rates for authorization that you could share?
No, we don't. We don't. What costs I could possibly capture are everything that happens inside the program management office. Costs vary amongst cloud providers. For instance, there may be a significant engineering effort that they have to undertake in order to, get to a point where they've incorporated the FedRAMP security controls. That's a cost. It depends on how they've engineered their system, basically. If they're bolting on the security after the fact, that may be more expensive than baking it in at the beginning. Knowing that they have that vision of a federal standard down the road. It also depends on the impact level of the cloud. If it's a moderate system, there are fewer controls than there are at the high impact level. So the cost is variant, or the cost varies, and we don't collect that from cloud providers.
Okay, and then just kind of follow up on that. You've mentioned the barriers to entry and the guardrails.
Yep.
Who defines those guardrails? When were they established? Who has the purview to dictate those guardrails and those factors by which you're getting to authorization?
So the security controls, the security requirements are signed off by, at present, the board or the Legacy Joint Authorization Board, who are the CIOs of DHS, DOD, and GSA. And there's a rigorous process in determining what controls out of the NIST catalog are applicable or should be applicable to commercial cloud. The policy guidelines that we talk about, when do you have to report incidents, continuous monitoring, performance management, the expectations of cloud providers on what you're supposed to do in the continuous monitoring phase are all worked out and ultimately approved by our governance body. And again, made broad to fit the broad swath of cloud providers that we have. Did that answer your question?
It did. I have some other thoughts, but I'll
okay.
say them for. Given those three agencies, that I was actually very surprised today to learn of the number of cloud service providers that are authorized. And so I'm wondering if those who are defining the rules of the road from those three agencies, how many of those small CSPs are working at those agencies or have interacted with those agencies and have successfully performed at those agencies to ensure, and the kind of the representation of those defining the rules of the road are not biased by what they're seeing at their individual agencies. So that's just a thought.
Yeah, I can see that, where you'd come up with that. And let me think about that for a little bit.
Thank you.
Yep, my pleasure.
Great. Let's go ahead and go to Joshua's question.
Sorry, just making sure this is on. Josh Cohen from the VA. You kind of half answered my question already, which was around the incentive for a small business to enter it and perhaps the lack of guarantee of anything afterwards. Has there been any statutory or legislative of any kind of discussions around like fixing that via creating a pathway that would make it easier for agencies that maybe even want to incentivize vendors through a promise of future work? Because I think that barriers to entry, to the point about hiring with doing business with the government, preclude us from doing that often. And has there been any discussion of kind of considering that more in the regular barrier to entry conversation around government and contracting and acquisition relative to specifically small business CSPs, not the big box companies that probably already have a pretty good foothold here?
Right. I appreciate your question. My focus is on making sure that companies can protect federal information. That is probably a good question for the Federal Acquisition Service.
Understood.
All right, great. Let's go to Jackie.
Hi, Jackie Snoffer from TISA. Brian, I just have a few questions. Have you looked at, you talk about reuse and trying to encourage reuse. One of the challenges that we have in the Department of Defense is access to the repository for the artifacts to be able to understand the risk associated. And it requires, a signature, there's a bottleneck there, and then we have to get it over to GSA, and then they're approved, and then we have to get into OMB Max. And have you looked at transparency in those artifacts and ease of access as one of your initiatives, so that, and I, we obviously deal with the cloud providers as well. We have a lot of broken information. How do we get, and this is also a barrier to entry, how do we get inheritance clearly understood so that at a PaaS or a SaaS level, or PaaS or infrastructure level, a Bluescape type of company can actually automatically inherit that, and then we're only looking at the software layer, and understand that risk. But how do we really get transparency and ease of access into those artifacts for those companies that want to assess multiple providers for risk, so that they understand that when they're hosting their data?
Great question, and thank you for teeing that up for me. I didn't go into detail on this, but part of our modernization program is finding another repository. OMB Max is sunsetting, and it's also a moderate system. So right now, with the influx of high impact systems that we have, each of the vendors has to keep their packages internally in their own environment. And so if you can imagine, having to get an RSA token and all these managing all these different login credentials for the number of high systems that's increasing. One of the things that we're looking at in our acquisition activities for automation is a repository that's at a high impact level. And so, we're having discussions internally whether we're just going to have, the CSPs hold on to their stuff and just API it to the repository, and then, or, actually hold the data and have, users come in. But that's part of our acquisition requirements that we're looking at, because we understand the limitations of the current system.
And so to that, do you have a timeline for the initiatives that you outlined that you're looking at? And are those timelines driven by any resource constraints that you may have?
Yes, absolutely. We're in the process of going through an acquisition ourselves for a governance, risk, and compliance tool to be used inside the PMO. And our goal is to have that acquisition done by the end of the FY.
Okay.
And then, so we anticipate by the end of FY24 to have some fairly robust capabilities, understanding that we're going to be growing incrementally and changing. But by the end of FY24, when our ARP resourcing expires, we'll have some very robust capability with that. Also, we're looking at, I talked about some of our internal processes. We're looking at the CRM system inside GSA to use to support PMO operations type stuff. And we anticipate the first phase of that probably around the beginning of the fiscal year.
Okay. And so in the GRC evolution, one of the things that we've done in the department is to open that up so that cloud service providers can actually maintain their compliance, that we can ingest POAMs, we can ingest the Conron data, those types of things. And we're not all the way there yet either, but allowing those cloud service providers to state their inheritance so that it improves reusability in the ATO process, but it also allows the cloud service provider to take on some of that burden to look at compliance. So are you looking at it from both sides, from the reusability on the federal side with inheritance as well as the cloud service providers?
Yes.
That's that part of the requirements model.
We have I don't want to say rudimentary, we have a very robust set of requirements that we're using for the initial authorization or the initial acquisition, understanding that, this is a stepwise approach. If you think of modernizing and automating FedRAMP in a crawl, walk, run approach, we're about sitting up right now. We're crawling as we get our CRM online at the end of or beginning of next FY. And then we should be up through walking and running by the end of the FY24.
Okay. And my last question, well, one was a statement to Bill on resources. Are they sufficient? The answer is no. So my team is one of the JAB TRs. And just for point of reference for the committee, every 20 cloud service providers that are added costs about $1.3 million in continuous monitoring expense in a resource constraint. And so that's a pretty significant dollar figure to understand as we look at the committee and try to evolve for automation and those types of things to drive those costs down, as well as what you said is to improve the visibility and reaction and risk understanding and threat understanding. And then last one is, what do you think this committee can do to help you in your meeting your initiatives and driving change in FedRAMP processes?
Yeah, so I mentioned, one of our first goals is to grow the marketplace, and we've heard quite a bit back to the small business issue. The current processes that we have, as I mentioned, are 12 years old. They were designed as a one size fits all, and so I'm in order to meet the first goal of growing the marketplace, that to me seems like the most where the biggest bang for the buck is looking how to get all those great technologies into the marketplace that may be provided by small businesses.
Great, thank you so much. And let's go to Lamont for your question.
Thank you. First, I want to start off and also echo, it was a great presentation, very informative. Excuse me. Going back to your FedRAMP long-term goals, because I took a few notes and I think I've heard you mention them as well with respect to the FedRAMP marketplace. And I want to echo that as well, because, of course, I'm solicited by a variety of vendors on any given day, participate in a series of conferences and vendor engagements. And one of the first questions I ask is, are you FedRAMP certified? Quite often the answer is no. And then it's almost like I really don't even want to speak to you until you can express some level of maturity within that process, right? So I definitely would be a false multiplier for us to kind of engage and figure out a way to expedite that process, crash that schedule, the expense, all the above, right? The transforming processes, and I think I heard you make reference to AI and ML technologies. I think more from a risk perspective, which of course we have to consider. But are you also considering and placing those technologies into your processes, bots, et cetera, to kind of help facilitate some of these processes?
Absolutely, a future state. Right now, we have folks inside the PMO who are building the foundation of our information systems architecture. For the past dozen years, FedRAMP has been working, hey, let's use this system because it's available. Let's use that system. We haven't been deliberate in creating or implementing systems specifically for FedRAMP work. We've been kind of patching it together to make it work, like I mentioned with the repository OMB Max. So what we're doing strategically in building this information systems architecture is not only preparing the ground for the automation work that we've done. I've had folks working with NIST for the past 2 or 3 years on OSCAL development. and working with CISA and CDM on automating continuous monitoring. But we need to set the foundation inside our own house, inside the PMO, to incorporate that, but yet serve as a launch pad for technology as it comes. So when we become more mature in our automated capability, we can start thinking about incorporating that because the foundation will be there.
Great. When you talked about promoting knowledge sharing, I would make the assumption that you're going to leverage some of that CM folks that you made reference to. Are there other approaches that you're considering to promote, knowledge sharing?
Yeah, we have a very robust blog presence. We try and advertise or shout out, all the great things that are happening in the PMO. I think in the last calendar year, I did close to 30 speaking engagements. We do training for agency liaisons. We do, we get invites from industry groups, from specific vendors to do speaking engagements. We also hold ISSO training for agency ISSOs. So if we have, and it's not just for the agency liaisons, it's the folks that are actually doing the assessments of the cloud services inside the agency. So if you have a group of folks that, may have questions, we put together an ISSO training where we have our folks from the FedRAMP review team share the knowledge that they have.
You ever consider doing vendor days to just invite vendors, specifically those smaller vendors, to come in and get an understanding of the process?
That's a great idea. So in 2019, we did something called JAB Interact. And we were originally going to, and what we did is we had an open day for cloud providers who were working with the legacy JAB to come in and talk about the policy and processes and stuff like that. It's possible to do, absolutely.
And finally, these, again, were what you characterize as your long-term goals, and long-term is kind of nebulous. Do you have a notional timeline on when you think you're going to achieve these outcomes?
Which one specifically?
All of the above.
So the, transforming processes, growing the marketplace, and promoting knowledge sharing is something that is it's continuous in the PMO. I don't think we'll ever get to a point where we say we want to stop bringing cloud providers into the marketplace. We want to embark on a program of continuous process improvement, because that makes, whatever we can do to make ourselves more efficient is better for our stakeholders. And then, as I said, we want to share whatever knowledge that we have as new policies change, as new tactics, techniques, procedures come out. We want to be on the forefront of sharing those.
Thank you. My final question, based on your SWOT board, one of the weaknesses you identified was the program policy is quote unquote intentionally broad. Can you expound on why it's intentionally broad?
Sure. Like I alluded to before, is we have various vendors that have different technologies, different size of organizations. We've heard a lot about small businesses, but we have hyperscale providers as well. And we have different service models, the infrastructure, platform, and software as a service. We can't expect everybody to march up and down the single line, the center line of a road. So we set the policies, what I refer to as guardrails, and allowing for the differences in the diversity of this technology and the service model of the size business to be able to meet FedRAMP standards, meet and maintain FedRAMP standards. Because if we tighten those guardrails down, if we make them too narrow, we could potentially eliminate cloud providers from being able to maintain their FedRAMP authorizations.
Thank you. That's all that I have.
Great. We're going to go to Ravi next.
Hi, Brian. Great presentation. You mentioned, in your presentation that you are in discussions with governments of Japan, Canada, Australia, that kind of governments regarding how they can reciprocate, if somebody goes through FedRAMP, how they can honor it, right? Because they have their own schemes. In their discussions, where are you at?
So right now, they are strictly that, they're discussions. Word gets out that there's this FedRAMP program and it's really effective in protecting federal information and securing cloud services. And so they tell their friends and they tell their friends, and then all of a sudden, we get input, we get requests from representatives from the State Department in the trade section to say, or maybe in commerce, but hey, we have representatives from the government of Japan who want to talk about, the FedRAMP process, or they see our website and they say, hey, this looks pretty interesting. Our website is not PIV or CAC protected. So it's publicly available information. You can go there and see what's going on with the FedRAMP program. Same with our marketplace. And so that is, I don't know the genesis of where those foreign governments have wanted to, talk to FedRAMP. It's surely a feather in the cap of this program that other governments have expressed interest in applying the same thing. And we see that again with state ramp as well.
So is there any specific way this advisory committee can help?
Not off the top of my head. With that type of interaction specifically, they usually come directly to us and say, hey, we want to learn about the FedRAMP program.
Have you considered going to things like ICMC and ICC's International Common Criteria conferences, where these delegates do come and they do talk about standards?
We haven't considered that, but that's something we will, certainly.
Yeah. So, okay. So have you also talked to European Cloud Standard EUCS that is coming through European Security Act, Cyber Security Act?
I don't recall having any conversations with EU members. I did have a conversation with Five Eyes members, British, Australia, New Zealand, US, and Canada. And also, I think, I want to say last spring, we had gotten some interest from the government of Germany, but that never materialized.
I see. Okay. If there is any specific way we can help, please let us know. Number one. Number two, my second question is, what is the Kanban is generally known as a big problem for everybody. So you are in the thick of it, you are in the middle of it. Do you have any processes in place for Kanban that we can look at and then say, oh, maybe here is a model that we can improve? Or you expect this advisory committee to come up with a model?
I would ask for, feedback on the existing model. I'll go back and talk to my team and see what we have available to share with the committee.
That's great. So third is, artificial intelligence, AI, LLM, that kind of thing is, is out of the hot press. Hot press. And where are you at in your thinking with respect to those kind of technologies?
In terms of implementing it?
In terms of what if those kind of services come into FedRAMP?
So I've had conversations with my OMB colleagues. We need to understand exactly how those AI systems interact with the authorization boundary, because FedRAMP doesn't authorize a cloud service provider. We authorize a cloud service offering. So there's a discrete technical boundary drawn around where federal information is going to interact and reside. And so we need to understand how those AI systems interact with that boundary in the federal data inside before we can think about that. And I've already had conversations with some of my OMB colleagues to figure out exactly how that works.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Great questions. Thank you.
All right, great.
Just wanted to thank everyone for the great discussion here. So as Brian has stated, we need to grow the FedRAMP marketplace, and we need to make that happen, we need to reduce barriers for both agencies and cloud service providers of all sizes and scale our processes. So the scaling of processes, there are many processes in place right now. They affect different organizations in different ways. And many of you have asked, how can we help with specific aspects of this? I think sharing that information about costs of things like continuous monitoring or strategies for implementing different kinds of reciprocity and understanding the impacts on different cloud service providers of different sizes. All of that information can help us point ourselves in the direction of, here are specific process improvements we can propose. As Brian described, this team and all teams make progress by setting concrete goals and iterating over time. So I think it's helpful for us to set the table in generalities of, here's how we are interacting with these processes. And I've heard consistently across the board here, we want the processes to, no matter which authorization path you take, to take less time without sacrificing security. I think that's achievable, but the question is, when specifically, or where do you start, and what optimizations do you propose and try to implement or consider? So I think the more that we can continue sharing specifics around this part of the process took this long and almost made me drop out as a small business, for example, or this part of the process will incur these long-term ongoing costs and I'm not sure what the scalability model is that I should build into my budget should look like. Those specifics can really help us understand as a group what kinds of process improvements to propose.
All right, Bill.
Brian, thank you for the presentation and for your leadership. This program has fundamentally advanced so much in the last few years, as evidenced by the growth in metrics. Two questions. I think one, FedRAMP is effectively governed by federal statute. The new FedRAMP law, OMB policy, NIST guidelines specifically corresponding to 853. Do you find anything within that rubric as being overly constraining that potentially contributes to the rapid pace or lack thereof of how fast the FedRAMP program can effectively run?
Off the top of my head, I'll say no. The regulatory environment has been set for, basically giving us our left and right lateral limits on what we can do. How we get from point A to point B safely, legally, and ethically, I think we can address through policy. There may be a point where we just can't go any faster, or there may be a barrier that we can't surmount that is regulatory in nature. And at that point, that's when I would raise the red flag up to my leadership.
Robbie mentioned AI is like new technology. Do you find as if there are sufficient control sets within the universe of controls that are available to you, particularly as it relates to the NIST baseline, that are relevant and fundamental to addressing as safeguards for the security of some of these newer types of technologies?
I really can't answer that right now. Again, I want to have we're working with our OMB colleagues to set up some learning sessions because we need to learn more about that and how it affects, and then also have the conversation, not just internally, but with stakeholders in our governance boards on how to apply controls in the baselines or in the NIST catalog.
Last question, I guess, traditional applications aren't really built in the way that they used to be. And traditional clouds are really no longer monolithic, in that we don't implement a cloud solution. We implement a workload or a service, and we stitch cloud solutions together. So as you're thinking about governance, risk, and compliance and automation, understanding the bifurcated nature of cloud and cloud responsibilities between customer and vendor, have you thought or are you thinking about how to facilitate the reciprocity, leverageability by working to create some kind of a reference framework that you can espouse across the GRC community, such that as, for example, GSA, if we're leveraging cloud A, B, C, D, each of which have their own set of customer responsibilities, at a generic level, those are auto-populated within GRC solution sets, such that as a customer tenant, plugging in what I use would automatically reference the set of controls which I have to specifically document, versus things that would automatically be natively available as a function of the underlying FedRAMP package. Any thought to that as a function of the automation work that's been happening?
That hasn't necessarily come up in conversation, but again, we're at the very cusp of starting this journey down with the GRC, and having feedback on what's within the realm of the possible to make things better, faster, stronger for agencies and cloud providers. Any input would be greatly appreciated.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, great. Michael?
Michael from Google. I have a couple of points. So I just wanted to touch on this first, and then I'll jump into some questions. So Bo, just going off of what you just said, hybrid and multi-cloud, we're seeing a lot of that in industry. I was curious if, as we're starting to look at how that's going to impact government and impact FedRAMP controls and start to move from authorizing potentially services to how do we actually protect this data as this data is moving in and out of clouds? Is that something that's on FedRAMP's radar today? Or do we have a set of controls coming that we should in RIB 5 potentially is this something we, as a committee, should start to think about advising on?
I would say that that's something that the committee can start chewing on as well.
Okay. Another question, executive orders, NIST, DFARS, the list goes on and on and on and on. Like SSDF just came out. It's going through that whole process right now with the whole secure developer platform. There's a lot of overlap normally in a lot of these different regulations. Is there anything that's going on in government today to sort of look at these holistically and say, can we align, right? From an industry perspective, we get the same ask like 4, 5, 6 times, right? As we go across, especially as we go overseas.
Right.
Are there ways that we could start to align and really bring these into like a FedRAMP program or have some kind of advisement into when a new executive order is going to come out? Can it come to board first or some other part of the agency that could say, hey, we already answer 80% of this regulation?
So what we do right now, when we, for instance, when OMB releases memos on IPv6, where the FedRAMP PMO sits between the federal government and commercial cloud providers, we want to make sure that the cloud providers are enabling their agency customers to meet the letter and intent of OMB memos, executive orders, et cetera. We haven't had any conversations about matrixing, creating a matrix of how these things and looking at dropping them all down and seeing what they look like in a Venn diagram. We haven't gone that far yet.
Gotcha. I think at least from a small business perspective, definitely from a large business, but from a small business, that would be very helpful for them because it's time and effort, right, to go and do this for each and every industry partner. Another question I had around hardware versus software. So are we focused more on software and services with FedRAMP authorizations and controls, or is there a hardware component? Because I know that as we've had questions come from various customers that are asking about like EKMs or KMSs or HSMs that we have within industry. So is there a certification program on that side other than like FIPS 142 and
Presently not for FedRAMP. That's a subject that came up very recently with the legacy JAB technical representatives, but we haven't formulated any policy or anything going forward on authorizing hardware. And frankly, that came up with a particular cloud provider that was authorized a couple years ago.
Got it. And then definitely when I hear scaling problems like 20 CSPs means $1.3 million, we're seeing a lot of scaling capability within industry, especially as we bring on AI models and ML, and we're doing monitoring with ML as opposed to individuals. There's probably a lot we could do in that space to help drive that. Whenever I hear the word continuous, AI is the first thing I think of now. So definitely interested to see what we could do in that particular space. Pivoting a little bit onto education and knowledge sharing. I was curious, you talked a lot about agency liaisons. Is there an industry component to that as well that we might be missing right now where we could, because you talked about quality of SSPs coming in and authorization documents. Is there potentially something we could do there as an industry to build like a champion liaison program where we could, as maybe large CSPs, help small businesses, train them up and help them get authorizations over to you?
That's actually a really good idea. Having a mentoring from larger or more experienced cloud providers who've been in the process for a while to small businesses. I think that's a fabulous idea. There are groups of cloud providers who have kind of formulated their own little, I don't want to say trade associations, but there is the Cloud Service Provider Advisory Board, which is a nonprofit that cloud providers can join. They have a technical working arm and they also have a government relations arm. I don't talk to the government relations arm for obvious reasons, but we are invited to their meetings quarterly to talk about things that are top of mind for them. They've provided feedback on us on continuous monitoring on, for instance, escalation triggers, that kind of thing. And so that is a line that we have into the cloud providers who've kind of congealed around in a quasi, official industry group. We also have been ramping up since the beginning I think I want to say the end of last year or the beginning of this fiscal year. We've started doing quarterly listening sessions with third-party assessors. And so that's through that function, we're getting the feedback from that particular stakeholder group as well.
Excellent. And then the last one's a kind of a softball. Rev 5, do we have a timeline?
Do.
Awesome. Is that something that could be shared soon, or do we have a date for a date?
I do have a date. I
Okay.
do have a date. Just watch our blog post.
Okay.
We want to make sure all of our I's are dotted and T's are crossed before we release the baselines and the transition plan. But I will tell you, and for the committee's benefit, that's the first thing you'll see.
All right, great. We are going to be wrapping up our questions in the next 5 minutes. I know that we have both Matt and Bill who have some questions. So let's go to Matt.
I'm going to thank Bo for kicking the bucket over, because now we're all going to dive right into that. I just want to ask one question about the metrics that were used. There was X amount of CSPs that are FedRamped or in process. Is that actual CSPs, or is that services that could be multiple representing a single CSP?
That's
So it's a
cloud service offerings.
offerings. Okay, so not provide, but so that's okay. I just want to make sure.
Right, because we see some instances, even with medium-sized businesses, that have multiple offerings in the marketplace.
Okay, thank you. I love this idea of reference frameworks. I think that's something we should push on, looking at kind of compliance as code in the stack, reference implementations and things like, this is what a policy rule set might look like in a policy enforcement point for a SaaS offering at a low level or something that could then really help both with the small business and the speed and the automation thing. I think that's an awesome idea. Thank you for bringing that up. Cloud Security Alliance just put out an AI chat GPT security paper. It's kind of good. It's tangentially related to cloud implementation, but it's an interesting reference. And then Brian, you're being very kind in your answers. I will say that some, if not many, of the governmental requirements that are being exercised are constraining because they are specifically written for the government, right? And we have our own sets of laws and policies and rules and requirements. So when you look to expand out, it does become constraining. One of the things I've experienced when branching programs out into international mutual recognitions, which is something that was brought up, is when it's a US government thing, other countries kind of balk a little bit. They're like, oh, it's again. So the ability to have transitive applications into standards, like instead of 853, maybe we're going to call it ISO 27000 instead. And then that becomes much more palatable when you're trying to bring it to the EU or to Asia Pacific or something as well. So breaking out of some of those constraints, I think would, something would be interesting to look at as well.
Thanks, Bill.
Well, I probably should make a comment about this saying that we shouldn't look at 853 and we should look at ISO 27000 instead. But again, I'm going to leave that off the table for today. So obviously, I mean, by law, you all are mainly subject to FSMA, and that's the box within your which you're playing. So obviously, 853 is the main ingredient there. But to Bo's point, and to our colleagues at Google as well, we have an ever rolling series of requirements coming from OMB, and I'll bring this up when our friends from there are going to be talking here in a little bit as well. But obviously, it would be interesting to have more standardization so that you all aren't just looking at one piece of the puzzle, and then the agencies are now responsible for all of these other things on top of it with those providers. Right. So that is something I'm thinking about. But from the other side too, that Bo was starting to touch into about when we're looking at the interconnection between the various pieces of those puzzles across clouds, et cetera. Obviously, 853 is a small subset of the ARM there. And I did want to call out the excellent work that GSA has done in the past around standardizing SLAs for cloud providers as well. So there's a lot of other levers that could be pulled here. Again, it's the Federal Acquisition Service, of course. So there's a lot of other things that could be done outside of, I think, just the purview of FedRAMP and the conversation we're having today. And I would really encourage you all to make sure that you're connecting with your colleagues over there on the acquisition team. We've done marvelous work, because that could remove some of those barriers as well that we're seeing between providers. So just wanted to flag that there's a much bigger policy box here that could be useful for achieving.
Great. Thank you, Bill.
All right, great. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. We are going to take a lunch break. And we are asking that all the members be back at 1:15. So please make sure that you are back in time so that we can start our next presentation. All right, great. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a feeling you're going to
Drew Michael Guard. Thank you. I am so sorry for messing up your name. And
since first grade.
There are a couple of things that I do want to go over before we start hearing from OMB. OMB is presenting their paper that you do have a copy of. Today, the committee can ask OMB questions and discuss it amongst themselves after the opening remarks. These remarks will not be considered FSCAC feedback, but individual feedback. OMB will present their draft paper. Members will have the opportunity to ask clarifying questions to OMB, and then members will get to discuss the paper as individuals for as much time as allotted on the agenda. As a reminder, please hold all the questions until the opening remarks are done. And when you do ask questions, please use your tent, put it on the side so that we can call on you. And again, I ask all members to identify themselves when speaking into the microphones so that those listening via webcast or reading the minutes after the meeting will know which comment is associated with which person. All right, with that, Eric, please take it away.
Hey, good afternoon, y'all. Even though it's after lunch and we all are, like somewhat a little bit low on energy after eating, we're going to try and make this really conversational. And so we expect a lot of really good questions from you. We're gonna do some quick introductions. Eric's gonna level set and then we'll start digging into the paper. My name's Drew Michael Guard, Deputy Federal CIO at OMB. So look at across a lot of different portfolios around oversight and budget and implementation. Prior to working, or a year and a half ago, I was over at Department of Veteran Affairs. That was awkward. So I came out of the military, went to commercial sector for a couple of years, and then ended up at Department of Veterans Affairs as one of in the IT shop, and built out our FedRAMP program there. They were early on in the adoption of SaaS solutions, had been pretty hands off with cloud, but wanted a good, safe way of doing it. Sponsored a couple hundred different SaaS products, developed that internally, and then saw this as a time with the legislation that was going on and some of the other timing in the federal sector to look at FedRAMP again. So I was really excited to get the spot. As Deputy Federal CIO, this has been a strong passion of mine. And then I was very lucky to have Eric come into the federal government at the same time. He's a senior advisor to the Federal CIO, Claire Maturana. Very rarely, we've worked with a lot of teams. Very rarely have I had the pleasure of working with somebody that's smart, empathetic, and really driven. So like a lot of this work is us and members of the team working late at night together, trying to get discussion papers like this to get. So we really want to hear your feedback. Eric, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I'm Eric Mill, Senior Advisor to the Federal CIO. I've been here in the administration a couple of years. I worked quite, I like Drew, kind of have a portfolio spanning a number of different areas in our organization. I have taken a particular interest in FedRAMP, worked with Congress to pass the FedRAMP Authorization Act. I also have a background as a civil servant at GSA, where I spent about 5 years in its technology wing. Had the experience there of working on things like encryption policy, worked with the FedRAMP team on developing what became FedRAMP Tailored, started the civilian government's first vulnerability disclosure program and bug bounty, working with Bo and others, and had the experience of being an authorizing official, of being in the seat of having to make some of the decisions that the folks who rely on FedRAMP make every day. So yeah, an absolute pleasure to work with a colleague like Drew and the rest of our team. We the folks who work on FedRAMP in our office like us to have backgrounds dealing with this, from a variety of different vantage points, and that's given us the property of really caring about the outcomes of the program, not just because of what OMB is in a role, but because we really just want to see this succeed and reach its full potential. So for those not familiar, the Office of Management and Budget, it's part of the White House, it's part of the Executive Office of the President. It is responsible for the budget. It's also responsible for policy and oversight of federal operations in a number of areas. Our part of OMB is called the Office of the Federal Chief Information Officer. We published the memo, our office published the memorandum that created FedRAMP originally around 2011. We've been a key partner and stakeholder in the program ever since. And so we, in general, issue a number of policies and conduct a lot of oversight relating to how federal agencies thread the needle on security, usability, accessibility, privacy, equity, and all of the things that have to work together to empower service delivery. So with that, want to just jumping into the paper a little bit. Just in terms of expectations, very happy to field questions if there's things that are unclear. But in general, we're really here to listen to the members of the FSCAC as individuals discuss the contents of the paper. Would love to learn people's thoughts, what their reactions are to some of the questions and contents they're in, or if there are things that aren't in there that you think should have been that you want to discuss, of course, all the better. This is your committee. We probably won't be able to add much new substance to answer questions beyond what's in the paper. This is our contribution to the committee today. But we are very happy to hear what everybody has to say and hope to see a good discussion. So with that, Drew and I will just go and give a verbal summary of the different sections of the paper. Hopefully it can help just set up a good discussion. So as a beginning here, we talk about the purpose and background of FedRAMP. And in particular, one of the main points we try to drive across in the background of this paper is the things that have changed over the past 10, 13 years since FedRAMP was created, and as the cloud market itself broadly has evolved, as what the federal government needs has evolved. Right? And so FedRAMP was established in 2011 to serve the needs that federal agencies had at the time. And while there have always been a diverse set of needs that the federal government has, certainly at that time, the biggest focus was on infrastructure as a service providers. Right? FedRAMP around that era was seen almost as synonymous with working to bring these large infrastructure providers into government, which has absolutely happened and is one of the places in which FedRAMP has been greatly successful. Over the last decade plus, a number of things have just happened in the world, and among them, it's a lot more than just infrastructure providers that make up the modern cloud market. And for FedRAMP and the policy around it that is really governed around, whenever the federal government is relying on a third party to do right by federal information and federal services, that is more than just an infrastructure problem. That obviously pulls in software as a service, it pulls in platform as a service, it pulls in all of those things that sit along the blurry spectrum of what those definitions are. And so the program, now has a need to face a market of thousands, tens of thousands, possibly more services that can be useful in different, more focused ways to the federal government. And so part of what we are looking to do with the role that we play in the FedRAMP Authorization Act and in the federal government broadly, is help FedRAMP and the agency environment and the board that oversees it adapt to a cloud marketplace that is now, by definition, a long tail. It has become much more of that over time. So the first section I'll cover, and then I'll throw it over to Drew. The first section here talks about governance and authorizations. Right? So it covers a little bit about how things have operated today, which I think is pretty well understood by this group, but involves the Joint Authorization Board made up of GSA, DoD, and DHS that oversee the program. And there is essentially a two-track authorization process of agency-sponsored FedRAMP authorizations and JAB-sponsored authorizations. And the JAB-sponsored authorizations are conducted by the representatives of the JAB members and their teams on a per authorization basis. And so some of the questions in this section relate to alternatives to that model. Right? What would the implications be of having what is now the FedRAMP board as the legislation established? What would the implications be of having the board conduct operations in a way that wasn't per authorization, but for example, set out requirements and processes that the program or others were to follow? There are some other questions there that all relate to just what the implications are of changing the types of authorizations that are available, the nature of sponsorships in the program and what they mean, and just what in general, what are potential ways to scale the FedRAMP program with changes to its governance and to its authorization structure that would increase overall reuse and just speak to the core goals of the program. So I'll toss it over to you, Drew.
Yes, let's, I think it'd be productive to just address probably like the first three questions
Mhm.
together. So it's like, what are the most important areas for the FedRAMP board to focus on? Potential ways to scale, and these are what Eric mentioned. And then both for CSPs and agencies, what are the process? What areas of the process require the greatest investment of time and or money? So turn over to you.
Much, Drew and Eric. Again, as a reminder, please remember to identify yourselves so that our remote listeners can know who's answering or asking questions. And with that, we'll open it up for any questions. Lamont.
Or answers to the questions that were posed originally. For instance, sorry, or both. And I'll state the question and I'll give some feedback. The question was, what are the most important areas of the FedRAMP board to focus on when setting a strategic direction of the program and making the program operations more efficient? My response to that would be pursue strengthening guidance for improving the cloud services procurement processes, which can be inconsistent across agencies, right? And this can potentially allow agencies to gain faster access to cloud services, which increases their operational fidelity, efficiency, scalability, and even possibly reduce costs. Secondarily, reduce duplicative processes and the whether real or perceived lack of trust between agencies. And then finally, implement a central, or at least explore the implementation of a central automated solution that monitors security controls for all FedRAMP authorized systems. Those are my comments to the first question.
All right, thanks a lot. Any other comments? Oh, all right, Bill.
Bill went first. You got your 10 seconds.
We don't have to fight over it. Bill Hunt, SEC, formerly DSVA, formerly OMB. Number one, it's a lot nicer to be on this side of the podium. Really enjoying that. Y'all have a tough job. I've had it. So the struggle here, I think, for a lot of us is the constantly evolving nature of the threat landscape and what we're having to deal with here. And FedRAMP is a wonderful program that addresses a small part of it. And my gentleman here from HHS, I believe, was stating a little bit of it. It's not just about the technology and the oversight. We were talking about this a little bit before. I think that we really need to make sure that we're thinking about the other pieces of the puzzle. I mentioned this before, but your colleagues at FAST and thinking about the acquisition piece of it, whether or not we need revisions to the FAR to make it easier to get access to these things. All of those other things need to be thought of and come together. That's a significant barrier to us. And also, obviously, all of these disparate policy areas, all of these unfunded mandates not really being attached to anything. I know that I was saying this earlier, the overall scope of FedRAMP is NIST 853, but at the end of the day, y'all are about to give us some AI oversight and guidance and any number of other policy areas. The more that we can bring those things together, I think would really help us, especially if we can start automating some of those bits and pieces and make it coordinated and collaborative. It's a thing that I understand OMB doesn't want to boil the ocean, but at the same time, more cross-referencing and communicating the bits and pieces there. And I also want to flip off what you said with regard to having a centralized location for all of these things. It's stood out to me for a while that DOJ runs CSAM, and then the rest of us use another product that we all know for recording all of this information in there. So you already have a unified repository of all of our baselines and our security documentation. All that stuff is going into one place. The fact that that's not shared between agencies is very laborious, because FedRAMP does cover that bottom of the iceberg, what we said, all that rest of the stuff that we have to do and redo and over again. And OMB is in a unique position, I think, to accelerate that. And then last but not least, again, Mr. Conrad was very kind in this. What is the important area to make operations more efficient? I think that what we heard is that the FedRAMP program probably needs more resourcing and funding to be successful.
Just a quick one, when you're talking about, were you talking about OSCAL, like expansion of OSCAL versus
That
a
would-
centralized GRC?
That would be a wonderful thing. I would love to see more investment in specifically the front end of OSCAL also, like how do we actually do the things now that we have like the format, there's been a lot of work by Dr. Iorga and some of the other groups over there at NIST. But we really need the way that agencies can then take that and run with it and do something, not to put CISA or NIST on the hook for building out an app for us, but that would be wonderful.
All right, great, thanks, Matt.
I guess that is. I'm going to answer questions with questions. Sorry about that. So is my understanding correct? The FedRAMP board is actually larger than the legacy JAB. Is that correct? I mean, as far as membership goes.
The statute in the new law permits the board to be expanded from up to 7 people.
Okay, and so
Maintaining the original 3.
Or maintaining the original 3 agencies that are represented. That's right.
So 3, but with an option to buy for another 4.
That's right.
Okay. And then the authorization process by the JAB is not necessarily a mean or a mode, but actually it's a superset of that organization's risk tolerance. So when it comes to the JAB to provide an authorization, is it highest bar of the group? Is it a consensus, or am I asking the wrong question of the wrong people?
Well, it's more just that's an open question, right? That is a decision that the program and the board can make. And so your feedback on that, on what should be the case, is welcome.
Yeah, and that's where I was going to on the FedRAMP board was some considerations might be around the internal, like we internally debate their internal debate process as to acceptability of risk that's being expressed within those packages to allow for a wide range of mission acceptance, potentially, rather than just going to highest bar so you get everybody type of thing. So that was my thought.
All right, great. Sorry. And Michael.
This is Mike from Google. I think when I think about important areas, I really want to emphasize that what are we trying to protect is probably one of the things to start with. So a lot of debate and a lot of emphasis is placed on controls, on services, on API endpoints, but it's the data that's the most important thing. And I think that we have an opportunity here to potentially look at the types of data do we have, where is that data, and how do we watch and monitor that data as it moves throughout systems and across systems. And that's something that I think, if we look at it from that perspective, it may bring a little bit of a different lens to the way that we think about these controls and we think about authorizations per service, and really start to think about this as what can we do to make sure that that data is always protected at all times as it crosses across different types of authorization boundaries. That would be one thing that I would definitely push and advise what we should take on. And then, going from 3 to 7 is kind of scary to industry, right? I've seen a lot of emails where issue resolution is in weeks, setting up meetings is in weeks, timeframes, just to talk, to then come back and meet again in weeks. So I think things like SLAs around how fast can agencies respond, how do we have escalation processes in place, how do we triage new controls and discuss them as an industry board along with the government. How do we adopt those, and how do we actually refresh services? What does the refresh cycle look like? All of that would be really helpful to start to define, or at least have that as part of our strategy of how we're going to go about solving these types of challenges, especially as the threat landscape changes, to Bill's point.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think one part that I'm definitely comfortable saying here is that, to your point about the number increasing, I think some of the questions here recognize that that some of the questions are about what might need to be updated were you to do something like that, so that it's not just a matter of multiplying everything by 2 1/3, right?
All right, great. Thank you so much. We're going to go to Victor. Victor, do you have any comments?
Yes, I have a couple. First of all, thank you all for being here and providing this paper. It's very helpful. I think when we look at setting strategic direction for the program and making program operations more efficient, obviously, the less bureaucracy we have, the better. The more reciprocity that we can take, the better. I think that one of the bigger things is that the way that things are being done from a FedRAMP perspective, it allows for that, but there's often requirements from agencies above and beyond what you see in FedRAMP alone. And we have to make sure that we have a way of ensuring that when those things are added, that other agencies can take advantage of it if they want to use that exact same approved service or services. And I think that'll help move things forward a whole lot more, and it'll help things scale a little better. I also think some of the inheritance things that we see from a FedRAMP perspective when it comes to services, the more of those we can take advantage of, the better off we are as well. You know, where you got one service that has dependencies on another service and it inherits some of those. If there are things that are added that actually impact both services, and we have to ensure that we can actually reuse some of that across the board. But I think the biggest thing that I see personally, you know, they say areas that require the greatest investment of time and money. Whenever changes are made, that they impact the CSPs heavily, depending on what the change is. And also keep in mind that when CSPs put services out there, that they staff them in such a way that they ensure that you meet both the FedRAMP requirements and their current requirements that they have internally as well. So if you really, really want to know what drives the money, a lot of times it's investment in those things to ensure our compliance, specifically to FedRAMP, especially when you get to FedRAMP high.
Yeah.
I think, even though it may not come under strategy, there is one thing that, FedRAMP board our main focus is Kanban automation. The thing is, it may not be the overarching strategy. It may look like a particular tactics to achieve some bigger strategy, but that is the biggest, both in terms of cost and time wise, costing the vendors, and we know the cost on the PMO side also. So how do we right now the process? There's no time to go through the process here. The process is convoluted right now. The vendors do some of it, and the lab does some of it, and then the report gets sent to PMO. But all the systems are right there for PMO to check right there, and all the reports are generated right within the boundary, and that is screaming for automation. I think strategically there's one pointed thing where the board can take and then make the biggest impact is in the Kanban area. That's number one, right? The second thing is equally important. What I think is that sooner than later, some kind of AI systems are going to come in, and there's a lot of thinking going on in different aspects of the government, the security standards about the AI. Now, one thing that we need to evaluate strategically is, are the NIST 800-53 controls have enough teeth into double check on AI systems? Are the controls are sufficient to at least guarantee some level of safety with the AI systems? Those controls may not be enough, and I think that's strategically a second area I think it is worth looking.
All right, great. Let's go to Josh next.
Josh Cohen from the VA. So I'm coming at it more from the adoption side, I think, versus obviously some more of the security things. But immediately, what comes to mind, I like the term blurry spectrum of SaaS versus PaaS. I can say that blurry spectrum. So if you're an agency and you're adopting this and you're resistant to adopting it, I'm suggesting anybody wouldn't want to adopt it, but some people see it as a hindrance rather than a good thing. Any blurry anything is going to generally be weaponized against its adoption, right? So the tighter you can make the controls, considering and even maybe updating over time terms like SaaS, which don't necessarily mean the thing on a Monday that they do on a Friday. Because again, if there's a technology that falls outside the definition, without question, there's someone in an agency that's going to go buy it. And with the presumption that most cloud security falls into FedRAMP, maybe without even controls that existed before FedRAMP, if that makes sense, right? It's they are often sometimes using these to skirt even rules that are outside FedRAMP. And I think that's led to it. We worry at VA a lot about shadow IT. I'm sure that's a term everybody's familiar with. Like that's how that happens, right? How do you end up with 500 cloud products and the OIT doesn't know about them? That's how you end up with it. So I've seen, I don't want to say weaponizing that problem, but I have definitely seen that happen on the ground at times. And again, I think just updating the definitions would do it. And then just seeing, and I don't want to get into like a procurement question because I know Bill touched on it, but like there's definitely an interplay between your marketplace and like the Competition and Contracting Act. Anybody know, right? So there's like a lot that can live with between those conversations. It seems like when we sit around talking about FedRAMP, it's generally from the security control, which is obviously what it should be, but adoption has to be balanced out against that. And barriers to entering government procurement law is tied to that conversation. If you're paying with appropriated dollars, you got to worry about some of these things. And I think when you're on the ground doing it, a lot of times you're left to figure that out on your own. And again, I think sometimes where there's a lack of definition, that's another place that would create a workaround or like, hey, is there a way for us to kind of just ignore that and do it anyway?
Let's go to Bo next.
Hey, thank you. No, I'm thinking, I think broadly from a governance perspective, and governance wise, FedRAMP from a program perspective is essentially, managed from, with a 12-year-old policy document that corresponds, cloud to the NIST 800-145 definitions that probably applies to anything running in the cloud today. And I think when we're talking about expanding FedRAMP, one way to expand FedRAMP is by more specifically focusing FedRAMP, and that this notion that anything as a service requires FedRAMP authorization has to be revisited. Fundamentally, anything that is infrastructure related, platform related, likely yes. Software or anything as a service related, perhaps not. And I think there are some fundamental focuses where, by sheer focus and removal, there is an opportunity to be able to really fundamentally approach this from more of a risk management perspective. And so on that same basis, speaking of risk management, there is a broad class of solutions that are largely used across government that are not within the scope of FedRAMP that potentially could be. There are shared service solutions that are leveraged across every federal agency in government. The PKI solutions, travel solutions, the banking solutions, our HSPD 12 access solutions that are fundamental to our ICAM and zero trust models could potentially be something that could be brought into scope. From a leverageability perspective, from a risk perspective, they're central to all of our shared security. And if the idea is that FedRAMP is really a path towards better security, shared security with reciprocity and leverageability across our departments, that potentially is an opportunity space. It doesn't directly equate to cloud, but it does specifically talk to our shared risk as one government. And I think the other thing that I heard is particularly around what ails FedRAMP. From a timing perspective, when we start the clock, realistically speaking, vendors start the clock when they make the commitment to it. And a lot of the time that is spent correlates to the time that is spent focused around the documentation. It's burdensome, right? And, whether you have 385 or 21 controls, one of the aspects that are identified corresponding to the FedRAMP tailored program, which is also one of the 4 FedRAMP authorization methods, is this notion that some controls, while applicable, don't directly need to be documented, right? You can tailor them away in one way or another. And that might be an opportunity for us to go through and apply to the current set of requirements to see whether some controls can potentially fall away because they don't directly need to be documented, but simply can be attested to or validated by a 3POW assessor organization. Again, getting faster by doing less. And to my last point, particularly around doing less, is I think really going back to the last 12 years, those baselines have effectively expanded year over year over year, but they've never receded. The threats have expanded, but the control sets have largely remained the same or increased. So one thing that I think could also be of benefit is really more of a threat-based model that requires every information system, cloud solution to engage in a threat-based assessment that really more specifically tailors the FedRAMP set of controls versus simply saying we have a low solution, a moderate solution, or a high solution. And that same model could be potentially used to remove controls just as much as it can to add additional control requirements that go above and beyond the individualized baselines. A slightly different way of thinking, but I think in the end run will largely result in better outcomes.
Thank you. Let's go to Marcy next.
Hi, it's Marcy with Shulman. From what we experience as an assessor and dealing with lots of different cloud service providers, and what we experience going through agency sponsorship or agency authorization, as well as JAB, et cetera, there's a lot of secret sauce involved in FedRAMP. There's a lot of insider knowledge for what it takes to be successful in getting an authorization, and that causes problems and causes delays and et cetera for CSPs that may not have that experience previously. And so I would encourage us to produce more timely updates, more authoritative guidance, more frequent updates to control guidance, like in the SSPs. What the PMO's expectations are for 3PAOs and CSPs in terms of the level and rigor of documentation. Because a lot of times a CSP will be a year and a half into an authorization process, get to the PMO's review, and that's a potential 6-month process. And they get to the very end and it's like, here's a single control interpretation that's going to derail the entire thing. And while valuable, that control interpretation is important because the threat landscape changes, the documentation doesn't change. So they don't know that they need to address that ahead of time. So I think that helps a lot from how we get people authorized faster, how we ensure that it's a level playing field from maybe CSPs that were authorized 7 years ago versus CSPs that are going through now.
All right, great. Thank you. Jackie, let's go to you.
Just add a couple of thoughts. But one of the things you talked was the threat model for the controls. And we may want to get Brian to come back, but when they did the Rev 5, they actually used, and I'm going to say it's FedCAR, but it's the equivalent of the DoD CAR to actually evaluate the controls that went into the Rev 5 baseline. So that might be a good discussion to have with the FedRAMP team, just so you understand how they got to the controls that were included in the Rev 5 baseline. And then one of the things that Joshua, you talked about was the inheritance and user responsibilities. And so I think for the adoption side of the house, which we have an issue with as well, is with ISAs, PAS, whatever model you have, is today, if I have a cloud provider that provides all three, they're evaluated under a single package. And so all of their controls tend to say, it's hybrid. And you don't know whether it's applicable to an IaaS, a PaaS, or a SaaS. As an authorizing official of systems that use a PaaS, what I really need is not an evaluation of the cloud infrastructure. I need you to tell me that the cloud infrastructure is good, the cloud provider and that offering is secure. But I also need separately to understand what that PaaS looks like from a risk perspective, so that when I store my data, I understand the risk of that platform to my data and what controls I need to apply myself. And so as we evolve in our automation and in our GRC tools, it is really going to be important to separate out a SaaS, a PaaS, and an IaaS from a control inheritance perspective. And I've got to be able to point my GRC to FedRAMP's GRC to inherit those controls. So automation either from an API or some other way, because not everybody has the same GRC. I've got to make it available to those cloud providers so that they can go in and tell me what the inheritance looks like. But from an adoption perspective, I have to easily be able to ingest that inheritance and know exactly where I need to apply controls to protect my data. And so the data equation, we have two different types of data to talk to Mike's discussion. We have the data that's a mission owner set of data. So if I'm in a multi-cloud environment, I have to understand the transport between those cloud services, understand that it's secure, and I need to be able to evaluate that from my data perspective. But I also have another problem, which is I have to understand the data that is moving around the cloud from the cloud service offerer's perspective. And so, you know, when I talk about the data and the metadata, and I'm going to use Google as an example, you know, as we looked at their data, it's like, well, this piece of identity is going here, here, and here. And it's like, does that matter to me? Yeah, it does. Does that have, and I may treat from the department's perspective, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff data different than I may treat my data, right? Knowing where he's traveling to or knowing where his identity is and who can access that data. So we have data on different planes that we really need to understand, and we don't focus a lot on data. And we do need to understand that from a cloud offerer's perspective, but also we need to understand when again, adoptability and usability, as I host my systems in the cloud, that I have got security between my cloud providers and all of those offerings. So, you know, we have so many aspects of this, but as we look at automation and requirements for our GRC tools, we really need to understand, again, how the vendor, the cloud service offerings are going to use it. Then how am I going to reuse that data to make authorization decisions for my systems as they host in the cloud? And I just think that we really got to kind of focus on that. One of the things that I think from a strategy perspective, we talked to Marcy and I talked about this at lunch. When I, as an agency, submit to FedRAMP to go on the marketplace, my packages are then validated again by FedRAMP, which takes a good bit of time, right? So would it be more efficient to come in and say, okay, DoD, open up the kimono, tell me what your processes look like, put a 3PAO on it and say, assess me as a agency authorizing official. Am I doing my CONMON? Am I looking at the controls correctly? And then give me either a good housekeeping seal of approval or say, this is where you've got to go back and fix it. And once I get that good housekeeping seal of approval, if I sign out an authorization, I shouldn't have to go through a FedRAMP review process. And so if we pull all of our agencies along, that will really, really impact the throughput at FedRAMP and the ability for an agency to really raise the bar and secure our clouds.
Just to make sure I capture what you're suggesting at the end there, you're talking about essentially the program validating that an agency's, what would now be called an agency ATO process, is up to snuff, and assuming going forward without a stop the world check that that ATO is coming out of that, or that they meet that bar.
Yeah. I just think if we could set some sort of program up to evaluate us, I mean, because from a DoD perspective, and I'm the DoD authorizing official for all of our cloud offerings. And so, you know, we use all of FedRAMP's processes. We use all of their forms. We use their CONMON for the TR to the JAB. So we're doing the same on that side. We reuse all of that data. Everything we do is to the FedRAMP standard. And so, you know, if we've got a problem in our program, tell me, we'll fix it, you know, but mine shouldn't have to go through, nor should the rest of them if they can get that seal of approval. You know, we shouldn't have to go through another 7 or 8 weeks to get a cloud offering onto the marketplace if we're all following the same rules and standards.
Rick and I were, full disclosure, we were initially worried that like the discussion paper wouldn't generate conversation. And so we were like, what happens if nobody says anything? So this is exactly what we want. Thank you.
Great. Let's go to Michael next.
Sure. So Jackie, those are all wonderful points. And I'm actually just going to play right off of that, which is on the hyperscaler side of the house. We're drowning in innovation, right? We have hundreds of services and engineers working on things that are constantly evolving our landscape, whether it's security, cybersecurity focused, whether it's new functionality that we're bringing on, new innovation, brand new services. I think one of the things that we're really lacking is a level of almost like tiering or customization to say, there's changes that are not impactful from a authorization boundary perspective. There's changes that are absolutely impactful. There are changes that maybe an agency can approve, right? There's changes that maybe a 3PAL could approve. Maybe there's changes that we could self-accredit, right? That level of where are we making changes? How are they changing or impacting the security boundary? And then who's making that assessment call and the sign off on that? Having some type of process and strategy around that so that we could actually get faster, right? And we could scale and we could be a partner in that rather than just kind of throwing all of this documentation and drowning the government and the JAB in documentation to go stamp.
Send it to me automated, all of your stuff, and I can go,
yep,
I'm good.
All right, great. Let's go to John.
So this is John Bluescape. We're a small software company, CSP, that went through the agency process, and our mission owner sponsor was the U.S. Air Force. So we ended up going through DISA and then back to the FedRAMP PMO. And I just put my tent up to validate or echo what Jackie had just mentioned around. We went through the process of getting certified agency through DISA, got our provisional ATO, and then went back to the FedRAMP PMO. And I think it took about 6 months between after when, it took about 6 months after we got our DISA thumbs up to get the FedRAMP PMO thumbs up. All new, all same forms, everything over again, seemed redundancy. Also wanted to validate someone, I forget who made the point a little earlier, is the authorizing board of the JAB might send from 3 people to 7. It seemed like most of the delays, again, from the outside looking in, we're just waiting for people to coordinate a meeting. So getting all the schedules together. So there's probably 2 opportunities for reducing some timelines right there.
Great. Bill.
Bill Hunt, FCC. So I wanted to foot a couple of things that we were hearing here about the speed of innovation and being able to keep pace. Is IT modernization still a buzzword? Is that still a thing we talk about?
Tell us, Bill.
Cyber, zero trust, whatever it is this week. So we've been spending so much time and effort trying to get the government to modernize. And there's all these amazing cutting edge, bleeding edge solutions that are out there, and we are delayed. We are constantly behind the curve on that because we have to go through all these processes and evaluations. And let's be honest here, the tolerance for risk at each individual agency is completely and wildly different. Some are more aggressive. I happen to be privileged to be at a very aggressive agency where we want to use the newest and the shiniest in our mission. Not everybody is like that, and that's fine. But I do think there needs to be ways of dealing with that. So I love the notion of having some sort of a federated program where people can share their security plans, and that becomes a thing. Like that's wonderful. Shared baselines, all of this is great. But I also want to make sure that we have ways that, like, this works for small businesses, that this can handle across the board these innovative solutions and be able to use them. So to that end, particularly like with the SaaS end and then to the PaaS end, OMB has defaulted to NIST with this presumption of adequacy for the software bill of materials. Well, if you've got something that's riding on top of something you already trust, then that presumption of adequacy, I would think, should carry over in some regard. So that kind of needs to align for me a little bit better than it does. But the other thing that I would very desperately beg of OMB is to not remove the exception process that exists in the existing FedRAMP memo. It's not a very well-defined part on your all side how you handle that. But for an agency like mine, I need these tools today, not 18 months, 24 months from now. So I need a way to be able to get in there and try these things out and play with them and use them in production environments. Even if it hasn't gone through this extensive process. My security team says it's good enough. I need to be able to use that. And the exception process is the only way that we can do that today. So we really, really need that to exist. And that also means that there's more opportunity for small businesses to get their foot in the door and have agencies like ours try their things out if they can't go through this very, very expensive, longer rigmarole process. I know we're already doing the independent evaluator assessments and all of those sorts of things, but it's really critical that we keep that lever. And then the last thing I would add on that is having more opportunities for potentially on-ramps for the smaller businesses to be able to use these things again through the training. And I think some people were talking about sharing knowledge of how this stuff can be used, maybe potential research funding opportunities. I think there's a variety of different ways that this could be approached to help them get over that hurdle.
One question. So when I was an AO, I would decide between like going the exemption path or just low impact SaaS. Do you like, what's your rubric for that?
Our actual rubric
Yeah.
for that? Well, it kind of depends on the nature of the product and what the mission need is. I think I wish there was like a pass fail easy answer to that.
But do you oftentimes sponsor things? Do you leverage low impact?
Not as much. We're a small agency.
Yeah.
So, not as much as we probably could and should.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was just always a big fan of that product because you have medium low, and it's not because he worked on it. I did that before I met him. But yeah, I always felt like that was because the goal is that all agencies can benefit from the work that one of the agencies is doing. So if you do the exemption, then a bunch of agencies can potentially do the exemption versus like, let's at least do a low impact, kind of gets it, that it meets a lot of soft CSPs where they are and still allowed, like I felt like I was contributing to the community, but not affecting my mission speed.
Right. No, I mean, I generally knew that I appreciate that approach. I'm just thinking for the getting the foot in the door, getting started, that having an alternate path would also be extremely useful.
Absolutely.
Just as a time check, how much time do we have left in the session?
We've got about 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Let me make sure to mention a couple of other sections in case it prompts anybody to bring up anything in particular. We have a section here about reciprocity in compliance regimes. Been a lot of talk today about NIST 853. Unsurprisingly, it is at the center of how FedRAMP operates. We are definitely seeking feedback on what, on how FedRAMP could operate in a way that might be able to make use of other regimes that exist out there that are used in industry or in other parts of government. That obviously gets into questions about control mappings and gaps and things written in different languages, and it gets very gnarly very quickly. And so that's why we would like to hear from this community and any individuals on this committee who have any thoughts on that. We also have sections about automation and continuous monitoring here, both of which I've heard folks bring up in different degrees about the need for automation. And we also have a section here at the end about third-party led authorizations, which is probably the highest level section in the paper in terms of asking the most open questions about what role the private sector and third parties could play sort of separately from the existing 3POW model that FedRAMP currently employs, just zooming out from that to think more broadly about the role they could play. So just wanted to make sure we covered that and prompted the committee as well if there's any members who want to comment on those in the last 10 minutes.
All right, great. I'm going to go to Marcy.
Thank you. This is Marcy with Shulman. I wanted to comment on the reciprocity. So we do a lot of assessment and attestation across various compliance frameworks. So when I think about what's unique about FedRAMP is it's specific to a cloud service offering. A CSP could have 30 CSOs and they may use some shared corporate services, but like we're still analyzing those on a per offering basis. So when we think about aligning that with maybe ISO 27001, that's for an organization, that's organization wide and not specific to a cloud service offering. If we look at SOC 2, that criteria can be modified, it can be whatever the organization wants it to be. So I struggle to think about in terms of like what we typically see in industry for alternative frameworks or certifications. I don't see a lot of opportunity because the focus of an offering is so specific. Most of them are purpose built just for FedRAMP and just for a federal or DoD offering. So I think a lot of value in it. I just struggle to see how that may play out. And perhaps there's something more on the gov side that may play into that more.
Michael?
One thing that I didn't hear brought up, and Bill, you actually kind of triggered it for me, was authority to test versus authority to operate. There's a lot of time where we are done, right? We're done with our technical controls. We could put services out there in a test format so that you can take non-production workloads on and start using them within the agency to experiment, to build out services, to debug, right? All of the things you want to do with our services. That normally is like a 5 to 12 month window. So that's ripe for opportunity there. Like adding that authority to test as a phase in FedRAMP would be something that might be really beneficial for agencies to get ahead, so that when we do get the ATO, you can turn on your production workloads. You've already built your services and your systems on top of us. The other thing too is from a hyperscaler perspective, a lot of these controls we could platformize, and we have been working on a lot of these things, and I've seen it across the industry. It would be really interesting from an OMB perspective if we could say this platform or this type of way of instituting this control has been certified. Then we could potentially remove that from this service by service review of the same platform control over and over. So just a couple of ways we may be able to speed up and scale.
It's kind of like the GSS model, right? Where you've got other sub-services that are going to inherit from the.
All right, great. Let's go to Jackie.
Your question 5, major areas of cybersecurity not yet incorporated. One of the things the DoD-IG has requested of FedRAMP is actually so that when the size of BODs come out, that they actually get incorporated into the FedRAMP baselines and into the CONMON process, so that we can assure that those binding order directives that they issue are included to make sure that our cloud providers are operating the same way we are.
Great. Bo?
Yeah, a couple of things. One of the common themes that's been discussed is the entry challenges, particularly for vendors seeking sponsorship. And for GSA, we right now presently are sponsoring 19 different cloud service providers. And over time, we've probably facilitated authorizations for almost 40, including ones that are now JAB authorized. There's a cost correspondence to that. And, it's not cheap, right, for agencies to take on sponsorship responsibilities. So one aspect therein, there's a funding ability to be able to resource agencies that have the ability to facilitate sponsorships to be able to achieve FedRAMP authorizations at an agency level. The other aspect, and this was something that was done in the early days of FedRAMP, so back to the future, if you will, there used to be a pathway to allow vendors to be able to go through and provide a self-attested package with a system security plan, a 3-POW assessment, all of the required documentation package effectively made available, presented to the FedRAMP PMO for reflection onto the FedRAMP marketplace. Didn't require a sponsorship, but it was a full and complete package that has a system security plan and a vendor assessment to be able to go through and support that. So from a barriers of entry standpoint, that might be an opportunity to further explore. Another thing from a barriers is this crawl, walk, run mentality, in that this takes time. And, one thing that we do at GSA is that we've got a number of different authorization processes that allow for that crawl, walk, run type mentality. FedRAMP tailored authorization, where we typically go through an issue initially, what we call a low impact SaaS authorization, which is really more of a focused authorization around the core technical controls, the architecture, ensuring that it's well formed, well architected, secure, while we're essentially working towards the sponsorship for the FedRAMP tailored or FedRAMP low authorization. So it provides for a pathway to an eventual FedRAMP authorization while allowing the agency to quick up and run with the solution sooner with a fundamental understanding of the corresponding risks. And there is a reciprocal model that is very like that for moderate impact solutions as well, where we get up and go with a focus on roughly 125 of the 385 FedRAMP moderate controls. With an initial authorization during that 1-year process, then we're focused around ensuring that we have the FedRAMP moderate agency authorization in place, something that could potentially be explored further to really be able to remove some of those initial barriers and time challenges by allowing agencies, kind of like Bill's, to be able to go through and experiment with technologies that are really necessary now.
Very great. Ravi?
Yeah, this is related to the reciprocity that you're mentioning. I think there is an opportunity for the FedRAMP board to explore how the FedRAMP authorization can be leveraged with other government schemes like Brian was talking about, like Japan, Canada, Australia. First of all, I think it'll be a huge cost saving to the people CSPs involved. Plus, I think it also will result in lot of exchange of ideas across the different schemes of the government, how they are thinking about evaluating the cloud service risk, because there tend to be good ideas spread across the spectrum of the governments. And I think and then promote the reciprocity. I think FedRAMP board can be more aware of being present in some of the industry consortium conferences like RSA and I mentioned ICMC, ICCC. So those kind of things, what happens is it'll also feed a lot of idea to the FedRAMP board to get it efficient, and it'll also promote FedRAMP standard to other places too.
All right, great. Let's go to Josh next.
Thank you. Bunch of issues jumped out, resources as well as some of the reciprocity stuff. But the thing I was going to mention was there purpose-built software for the DoD and purpose-built software for government agencies where the government is the majority of the market. DoD is obviously the largest buyer of any defense. Isn't the case for every agency. So for VA, we are a very large agency in the government, but in the healthcare space, we're actually fairly small. And it's a lot harder for us to probably incentivize a small business as lots of other places it can go and make lots of money than it would for a place like DoD that is generally buying things that are built for it. And I don't know that I have great solutions to that, but like adoption of more healthcare related standards that they would have to go through anyway might be an incentive. That was one thing that came to mind, but just more of an awareness of it doesn't look the same everywhere. That if you're sitting in a meeting with a vendor and you're trying to entice them to come do business with you, it's easier to do in a place where they don't really have anywhere else to go than it would be for healthcare.
All right, let's go to Bronco.
Yeah, Bronco CISA, Bo was talking about this prioritization of controls, and Jackie mentioned DODCAR, GovCAR. We did extensive threat modeling with GSA, and there's a lot of data that actually helps us prioritize and show which small subset of those controls that actually have the biggest impact, 20% with 80% of impact. So that is something that I would urge everyone to consider. We should definitely start looking at that data. Again, a lot of effort was put into it. So I think there's a lot of value for us to look at that. Again, talking about continuous monitoring, one of the things that we should also look into, and we ran into several interesting situations with agencies with our CISA cyber directives and applicability in monitoring agency or actually CSP compliance in that space with those bots, and agencies were kind of left on their own because we didn't have the contractual relationship with those providers. FedRAMP didn't have contractual relationship with providers, couldn't tell them what to do, and then agencies were struggling really to be compliant. Well, I hate to use the term compliant, but they struggled to implement the directive requirements in the cloud space.
Because it wasn't in the acquisition.
Okay, great. Michael.
So I just want to touch on 2 points that I brought up earlier today. One is alignment across multiple different compliance programs that use NIST 853 and 800-171. So like CMMC, MARSI, IRS 1075, like understanding where we have alignment of these different controls between all of these programs and reducing, hopefully, or grouping them in some way so that we could start to address them as a whole would be really, really helpful and important. Maybe a way a little bit lower than strategy, right? A little bit more tactical, but figuring out how we do that and how OMB could adapt and think about future-proofing that. And then the second part is around the introduction of new requirements and tech refresh for requirements and controls. So having like maybe best practice guidance or draft guidance that comes out early that is in like the review phase, but gets to CSPs in some way that's like has a good mechanism behind it for us to ingest, start to think about what's going to be the impact across all of our services that are currently FedRAMP compliant and GA. How do we go about building that refresh cycle so that when that requirement lands, our services are already in compliance rather than having to go scramble and get services to refresh within a given window. So just two major problems we see, especially when we're dealing with hundreds of services.
Very great. Well, thank you so much, Drew and Eric. We really appreciate you bringing this discussion paper to
Thank you for having us here and supporting this discussion today. We really appreciate it.
So now I would like to invite the committee to join a discussion to determine their prioritization of initiatives. Some questions to consider are what are the top initiatives identified today? In what order should FSCAC tackle them? What are the next steps to deliver a recommendation to the GSA administrator for the first initiative? What about the second initiative and future ones, time permitting, of course? I'd like to invite you to start with your thoughts and lead this committee in the discussion.
Sure, thank you. And I just wanted to thank everyone for the incredibly rich, thoughtful discussion that we've had so far, not just in the last hour, but through the whole day. I think we've covered a lot of important considerations for the program. So just to summarize the general topic areas I've heard and would love to hear from all of you also, if something else should be added to this list. We've talked a lot about the authorization processes and ways in which we could optimize and streamline them to be, in some cases, more unified across authorization processes as a whole. And in all other cases, think about when to segment out, like are there different processes required for infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service, for example. We've also talked a lot about operational considerations for the FedRAMP program. What should its scope be now and in the future? How do we future-proof guidance to accommodate changing landscapes and emerging technologies? We've also talked about some strategic issues, where to focus and whether or not the current granularity of security levels is enough, or if there should be additional processes to consider for things like, one example was authority to test in addition to authority to operate. Other examples were generative AI and other emerging technologies. Do we need different kinds of controls or processes for thinking about how to adapt as the industry adapts? We also talked a lot about reciprocity. I think there's a lot there. And there are a couple different strategic concerns within reciprocity, including who should be driving the strategy on reciprocity. Should that be coming from the government? Should that be coming from industry? Should it be a partnership? If so, how do we structure that? Are there models from other parts of the industry that are applicable here? And then automation, where and how? Where do we adapt our processes to accommodate that? Does it start with the FedRAMP PMO? Does it start with agencies? So those are just some general categories of topics that have jumped out to me, but I'd love to hear from all of you as well.
All right, let's start with Bronco.
Bronco from CISA again. I wish we had a whiteboard then, but it would be much easier for everyone, I guess. But one term that was constantly brought up was CONMON, continuous monitoring. And I don't know if maybe it's something that applies across all these categories. Maybe there's just an additional category that also needs to be considered, but I'd definitely like to add it.
All right, Jackie.
I was just going to ask from a process perspective, which is, I just need some help in my thinking, is our recommendations, where do they go? And are we making priorities for the FedRAMP program? You know, I guess I'm struggling with really our role and our influence and, you know, where do these recommendations really go to, you know, so that I'm really struggling programmatically.
Okay, well, let me try to make this a little bit more clear. So as an advisory committee, you are going to be developing recommendations for the GSA administrator. It is up to that administrator for her to tell the FedRAMP program to make changes to their program. Okay. So we will not be telling the FedRAMP program what to do per se, but I would say that a lot of the recommendations will most likely be incorporated, you know, contingent upon funding and all those fun things. But yes, our recommendations go to the GSA administrator, and then it's up to GSA management to take those recommendations and put them into effect programmatically.
And so just wanted to affirm that that is true. And the Technology Transformation Services Organization meets regularly every 2 weeks with the GSA administrator. So there are frequent opportunities to uplift and hear ideas and also hear back on priorities that then filter to the FedRAMP team. That gives you a sense of how we might operationalize suggestions.
And then what level of detail do we need to provide with those suggestions? You know, how do we flesh those out and you know, what does the deliverable to the administrator look like? Sorry, I'm very tactical.
Oh, no. And I do definitely appreciate that. So the good news is that we get to define what that looks like. There are no criteria unless the administrator does give us guidance, which she has not at this point in time. She can ask us to, you know, produce a specific deliverable. But if we, you know, absent that, we will define ourselves what we are going to be doing. All right, let's go to Josh next.
And this may fall under operational considerations, but just the point I've made throughout the day that there's an interplay between the security side of this and the kind of procurement and the rules and barriers, normal barriers in entry that would exist anyway, and trying to find a way to use this to smooth some of those, or at least thoughtfully consider them, as opposed to it in some ways looking like another barrier, which I don't think it was intended to be.
All right, great. Let's go to John.
And maybe picking up on what Josh just said and what Brian Conrad said this morning around what he saw the opportunities were for the program in general, that it was like market expansion through partnering with small business. And so I think that's key, because I think, you know, there's a push and pull with any sort of successful program. You've got to fill the top of the funnel with prospects who want to come through, and there'll be more data points for what we can optimize for the process.
All right, great. Thank you. Bo?
And you kind of listed off 6 areas I just wrote down. I'm full in agreement with those. I think one thing that I did not hear that I would love to actually see as a topic area is really more so a matter of broader operational security focus into our CSPs. You know, we are focused around, you know, a bifurcated security model where we're codependent on one another, especially as a tenant agency leveraging a CSP as a customer. You know, we're working with CISA, and CISA is working broadly across government in terms of an OPSEC one government type model approach to cybersecurity. And by extension, I think there is a broader role for CISA in this space that goes beyond just simple incident response. And I would love to actually have an exploration in terms of some of that opportunity space and what that could potentially mean. Is there a broader role for CISA to work within the community of FedRAMP authorized CSP providers that goes beyond the traditional notion of response, particularly as it relates to threat sharing, you know, some of the related services that are developing? I think that is a broad area that is untapped, that could potentially aid in a more real-time understanding of cyber as it relates to not only our providers, but as well as indirect impact to some of the tenants, i.e. federal agencies.
All right, great. I wanted to check in with Victor to see if he has any comments.
Yes, I do. It's funny. I was sitting here typing away and about to ask you about the, submitting a comment. I think as we look at this, and I've looked at all the different things that I think we need to focus on. I think that we have to be careful that we don't boil the ocean on some of this. I'm concerned that the things that we talk about really sound simple, but they touch a lot of areas that can become extremely complex very, very quickly. So when we're looking at this deliverable that we need to provide, I want to make sure we can provide a comprehensive one. So I suggest that we take something really small and we work on that as our first deliverable. That's going to be foundational to all the things we're discussing, and then go from there. I just think it'll be easier for us to get to that next level, because once we get this deliverable, we can continue to build upon it. It doesn't have to be the end state that we want. It just gets us to a starting point that can help FedRAMP move forward.
All right, great. Thank you. Robbie?
Yeah, I'm actually going to follow up from what Victor said. That's exactly what I was going to emphasize on. I think 2 low-hanging fruits that we have where we can make a large impact and hit the ground with actionable items or in Kanban. I think it's a potential for a subgroup that we could form on Kanban, studying the existing process and what are the steps that can be eliminated and automated, right? I think that's one actionable item. The other one is, of course, is AI, because it is coming, it's on everybody's mind. I think, we urgently do need to get ahead of the game there. And I think a subgroup forming that, I think, specific areas where we can come up with potentially, specifying what we can do is the best way to approach the problem set.
All right, and let's go to Branko again.
Branko from CISA, I'm actually following up on Jackie's question. This is just a procedural question. When you say we report to the GSA administrator, is that role delegated to, Ann, is it to the chairman, or it's still?
The recommendations still go to the GSA administrator.
Okay.
All right, let's go to Lamont.
I just want to throw Lamont, HHS. I just want to throw, I want to co-sign Jackie's, for lack of a better term, federated ATO process. Have the FedRAMP program, give a particular agency the good housekeeping seal of approval and move forward. I just think that's an excellent idea.
All right, great. Thanks. And Matt?
Yeah, Matt from Nest. So I agree with all of these, and I do think we're going to have to figure out which ones to start with. A lot of these are very much focused on the external services, and this is more, I guess, about your house hand, but I also, and something that was discussed was ensuring that the program itself has the necessary O&M foundations to build off of. So this is about ensuring that the program is resourced, has the internal technology and staff and contract support so that they have the infrastructure internally to be able to do the things that we're going to ask them to do going forward. And it seemed a little bit from the discussions with Brian that, he's working diligently with what he has and he's building the best he can, but we might want to consider support for strong, stable, scalable O&M infrastructure that they can then build what we're going to be asking them to build for the future.
All right, great. Marcy?
As Marcy the Shaman, to immediately tag on to that, continued formalization of standards and processes within acceptable documentation, how those standards inform maybe other changes that are happening and how they support those processes. Standardization of the process for initial authorization or continuous monitoring, but also continued support of, hey, here's this authorization boundary guidance. Well, it's focused on federal data and federal metadata, but it's not, that actually isn't defined anywhere as the FedRAMP program views. So it's how are we defining this authorization boundary around this data that we don't have a good definition for, and I see Mike's laughing, so I appreciate that. So I think just continued formalization. And I think back to some of the discussion about having those guardrails. And so there's room to move back and forth and room for interpretation, but I actually think that might do more harm than good, because if there's not a clear path for exactly what you're going for, then there's all of these nuances and all of these, but what if we do it this way that just convolutes the process? So more clear guidance and standardization in what's acceptable, the requirements and the processes to support that.
All right, Jackie?
If you ask me for priorities, the automation, acceleration, and timelines, just being on the TR side of the jab, it is very expensive. It is very time consuming not to have automation. And we've gone from 2017 where we had maybe 18 or 20 authorizations. We have 50 now. The projection is 94 in the queue. We cannot sustain this, and we cannot continue to languish with waiting for a perfect architecture around automation.
And when you speak of automation, are you referring to both authorization and Kanban?
Yes.
Okay.
And so, we need to, the 3 PAO assessments, we need to be able to take an authorization with OSCAO and they should be able to produce a SAR that any GRC can ingest using OSCAL. We should be able to take Conmon data, technical data, and somebody talked earlier about paperwork, and how much paperwork there is. Probably 50% of the controls are informed by technical implementation. I shouldn't go back and have to assume any paper associated with those 50%. It should only be those minimal things that are truly process-based, that where I need TTPs, that I have documentation. So I ought to be able to do an assessment. I ought to be able to do my POAMs, ingest my POAMs into the GRC. The status becomes immediate with that POAM. So I understand that there is a POAM for that. All of that needs to be automated so that as reviewers, whether I'm an agency, whether I am a TR for the JAP, I can see what the status is, and I don't have to worry about going out to this repository or that repository or this one to pull all of that data. I can't even express to you how much time it takes from a TR perspective, because we don't have an automation solution in any of the space. It is all paper. And it is incredibly expensive and time consuming for agencies that are doing the work, the CSPs, the 3PAOs. The whole process is elongated because of the lack of automation. And so for me, my ask of the GSA administrator is set the timelines. Let's move out, let's fund it, and let's move on. Because we've been waiting a long time for automation in the FedRAMP process.
All right, great. We're going to move to Bill, but I do want to also have the members provide feedback on what additional information that you would like to see in future meetings to help with these initiatives. So please, Bill.
Bill Hunt, SEC. I'm very understanding of we don't want to boil the ocean here, and we need very clear and concise priorities, because there's only a 5-year charter for this organization, and we have a lot of things we want to do. But at the same time, I have always found that a lot of things that we're talking about are symptoms rather than causes. There's a lot of moving pieces here that don't necessarily fall under the FedRAMP umbrella that are problematic in this space. Bo was talking about getting CISA more involved, and Josh and I were talking about FAR changes we would like to see. And I know that under the charter of this committee, there is recommendations on potential legislation changes potentially to the administrator. I want to make sure that we have a robust parking lot of areas that we want to see more time and investment, even if we're not going to be able to cover it within the auspices of this, because I've always found that these things are all very, very deeply interconnected. It's not just security, it's workforce, it's procurement, it's budget. All of these things touch each other. And if we're not looking at it as a holistic problem, we are not going to be able to fix it. That's not possible. You can't just solve for the little bit over there. So I do want to make sure that we can address that, and we have good recommendations of other areas of need, of investment, even if we can't get to all of it through this group. Hopefully other working groups can form outside these auspices.
All right, great. Bill?
I could not agree more with what Bill just said. I think, we can tackle 1-2 areas, but at the end of the day, looking at it in terms of whether it meets the broad outlines of the goals and objectives that Robin had set, I think we'll have incremental improvements in specific areas that will be accelerants. But in terms of addressing the fundamental challenges, in terms of this infinite market opportunity and this small group of individuals and program that is able to facilitate it, it becomes a challenge. I think prioritization wise, automation, absolutely. Parking lot items, absolutely. I think one thing that I would, recommend is that we, test and retest normative conventions, because I think a lot of times we put ourselves in a box and we work only within that box. And I think we have to be able to go through and challenge some of the basic assumptions corresponding to what we do and how we do it. A simple example, Jackie, you mentioned that we're mired in a sea of paper. Yes. So typical notions is that you document, you assess, you authorize. Is that really necessary? I mean, do we have to document every control? Are there certain control sets that should simply be attested to, some simply assessed to, while others really need to have a fundamental understanding of the technical schema in which and how it's actually implemented. So I think we have to be able to go through and really think a little bit outside of the box in terms of reframing how we're doing what we're doing, and if there is a better rubric overall.
All right, great. Let's go back to Jackie.
Oh, I just forgot to put mine down, but I will tell you that this is Jackie from TISA, that you're absolutely correct. I've often said if I had 5 artifacts in the technical evaluation of the implementation, I could probably authorize a system. And that's not considering the other 955 controls that are in the catalog. If you give me a continuous monitoring plan and a vulnerability management plan and change management plan, those are the key documents that I need to understand that we've got controls around things, and then the technical implementation. So I agree with you.
All right, Victor, did you want to share anything else with the group?
No, I just think that I agree with what the rest of the panel has said. I mean, this is really about us making sure that we can do something that we can actually get through. So, as I look at this, and I'm looking at it from all aspects. I'm looking at it from a hybrid perspective, from a multi-cloud perspective, and as a CSP perspective. And it's a lot of these moving parts affects each one a little bit differently. So when we focus, we need to focus on something that actually can give us impact across all of it. That's what I'm hoping for.
All right, great. Thanks, Matt.
You had asked about something else we might want to hear about.
Yeah, I mean, as we are planning our future meetings, we will be sending out a survey with some potential dates to you after probably next week. We do want to make sure that our future FSCAC meetings are, worthy of all of your time. So we would like to know what type of things that you would like to see during those events.
Yeah, and pivoting on some of the things that were said, we might want to consider asking the Cloud Security Alliance to talk to us. They have a test certification and conformance program that they run. They have a mapping and program for multiple use and use cases. So it might be interesting to hear how are they doing it, and how are they managing it, just from a different perspective.
Thank you, Marcy.
I retract my raised hand.
Thank you. All right, let's go to Robbie.
I think we should invite somebody from NIAP to come and talk to us, because they do common criteria. They do threat model based, assessment. And I think in the next meeting, somebody from NIAP can come and talk to us. I work with them closely.
Okay, great. Yeah, if you could provide their contact information.
I will put you in touch with us.
Fantastic.
Absolutely.
All right. Is there any additional information that you may need about the FedRAMP program, how it currently runs? Anything, any of the initiatives that they are currently working on to change the program?
I have a question on that.
Oh, sure.
Naman from SBA. Can we get a little bit more clarity on the possibility of additional of 4 other agencies to the FedRAMP? The board. Yeah. Where is that? I mean, it just sounded like that was a tool in their toolkit that they hadn't yet utilized, or is there a process in place to begin that?
I'm going to let Ann answer this because I believe this is an OMB driven thing.
And I was going to defer to Brian Conrad.
Brian has left the room.
Brian has left the room.
Brian has left the building.
Some of our OMB friends teach. Well, we can certainly get that information and brief this group out on it.
Lamont, HHS again. I'm just thinking, so a lot of, cogent feedback has been provided throughout today's session. So planner, how are you going to synthesize all this feedback and put it in a way that we can consume it the next time we meet
Yeah, so
develop an action plan, et cetera.
exactly. What we are planning to do is that we are collecting notes from this meeting, which will be publicly posted. Also, the transcript will be publicly posted, but we will identify the different areas that we have mentioned as our priorities, and then we would have an official vote in our next meeting.
Thank you.
All right, Jackie?
Jackie Stofford, so I don't know if this would be helpful. Brian talked about he has requirements for the tools, the GRC that they're working against. I don't know if we're beyond the point where he's already started acquisition. I don't know if it would be helpful for this group, because we all come from different lenses, to review those requirements to make sure that things like reciprocity, or how a cloud service provider interacts, or how we do inheritance, and how we're integrating in OSCAL. I don't know if it would be helpful to at least look at a summary of those requirements from this body to make sure that it does encompass the views that we've talked about today.
Okay. Oh, yeah, please.
So I just wanted to say these are all fantastic ideas, and I want to second the thought that we should have a parking lot where we collect all of this up, and also appreciate Victor's steer that we should also focus on what are some one or two top priorities that we believe we can make meaningful, tangible progress on in terms of guidance in the next couple of quarters. And I wanted to reflect back what I have been hearing from the latest round of discussion here, narrowing in on focus areas. Again, all of the ideas here are important and will go on the parking lot and however we put that together. But I think I'm hearing some consensus on automation as a priority. Additionally, program support and resourcing. And I think that also includes documentation and considerations around what is the strategic focus. So just putting all that together into a bucket. And then the federated ATO idea, to get back to some of the processes that Jackie's described, that's something that we could consider piloting out with one agency or one or two agencies and expanding broadly. So those are three general categories that I think I've heard that we have been driving towards.
One final question. As we compile this data and then synthesize it, et cetera, at what periodicity will we be interacting, or will you be providing this data to the GSA administrator? Is that going to be cyclical, iterative, or at some, at what point will you provide this information for her to make some decisions?
So, go ahead. Please. I mean, I think that the frequency and cadence by which this group meets is something we can control, and will probably just depend on when our schedules align. And we can communicate what we have decided to deliver to the administrator as frequently as we meet. So that's within our control.
And once we actually do make the votes and vote on a product, that is when it becomes publicly available. So it would be immediate, distribution after that.
Great, thank you.
All right, Matt. Oh, I'm sorry, Bill.
Close enough. Bill Hunt, SEC, not now. So Mr. Conrad had some wonderful slides and lots of little bits of data there. As a mediocre white dude in government, I'm always cautious of saying things that people already know and explaining things that people have already told me, and then just taking that as my own. So in that regard, I suspect that the FedRAMP team probably has extensive documentation on their own concerns, problem areas, things that they want to expose at a deeper level than we got necessarily here at this public forum. I would love for that to be shared with the committee so we can kind of work on the prior research here rather than us just pontificating on things that we're seeing from our view. I suspect that the program team has a lot more information and knowledge of what the problems are in the spaces where there's opportunities for improvement than we do. I wouldn't want to create yet another work product for the FedRAMP team to create for us. So prior art would be wonderful without creating yet another unfunded mandate.
All right, great. Thank you, Michael.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to piggyback right on Bill. So that, and then the federated ATO, I was wondering if we could expand that and broaden it maybe to more of like a FedRAMP program review, and where we could put some recommendations on the state machine that we actually use under the hood for the program itself, where we see we could put improvements into that or where we could streamline so that we could and scale out so that to help Jackie and get some automation in there as well.
All right, we are running a little ahead, but we can move forward with the public comment period if you would like.
Sure. Do folks want to move forward or potentially take a bathroom break if we're running a little early? Maybe a break?
Not Bill says maybe 5.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break and be back here at 3:01. Members prior to this meeting, I will now invite people one at a time to speak. Our first speaker is Gaurav Paul. Now, what did how badly did I make the? And if you could please come up to the podium, that way our virtual attendees can hear you.
That was perfect, but just to make it easy, I just go by GP. It's easier. Thank you very much for having me. I'm GP. I'm the CEO and founder of a company called Stack Armor. I had the privilege of doing the first cloud ATO for a system called recovery.gov in 2010, which was profiled by the federal CIO at that time, Vivek Kundra, followed by the first cabinet agency going on the cloud, Treasury. And here we are, 10 years later and some talking about so many clouds and so many ATOs. So it's a privilege to be here in front of you. I would like to offer 2 comments for your consideration. Number one is it's amazing to see the FedRAMP program almost over a decade come to be where it is. What's also interesting is there is no cost avoidance or ROI data that shows the savings that the agency has when they ATO a system with FedRAMP versus without FedRAMP. I know there is a lot of pain associated with continuous monitoring and agency sponsorships, but think about the savings. And I think if we can go in and have a study that shows the overall government-wide savings, we do this for a living. My back of the envelope calculation shows about $500 million in savings based on the roughly 500 ATO reuses that Brian Conrad from the FedRAMP PMO shared. So I think that would be very interesting if the committee could look at the ROI and cost avoidance that FedRAMP has done over a decade. I think that's important to solve another problem, which is how do we get agencies to consume and be part of this program? I think one thing that's very important is the robustness and health of the FedRAMP marketplace. So not only should we look at finding ways of saving money, but also how do we promote the consumption of agencies? The second thing is, we talked about how do we promote small businesses. It'll be wonderful to see if we can combine 8A programs or other socioeconomic programs with service veteran-owned small businesses, women-owned small businesses who could maybe get SBIR grants or other existing mechanisms to pay for FedRAMP ATOs. So again, I appreciate the opportunity. You have a great responsibility in front of you. And one final comment I would make is there is a reason the FedRAMP program is a sought after program by other agencies, including international governments. And one of the distinguishing factors is the continuous monitoring capabilities. Just don't break it, make it better, but don't break it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, JP. We are going to a virtual public comment. John Weiler. John, are you available to provide your comment? Okay, we'll go ahead and go to the next person, which is Tom Ruff. Tom Ruff?
Good afternoon.
Tom Ruff. I'm with a company called Deepwater Point, and we do business development and business justification for SaaS providers and small businesses that are thinking about getting into the government. And that allows them to go back to senior management or the VCs to be able to get funding to not only build out an organization, but also go through the cost of FedRAMP. Oh, by the way, I've been with FedRAMP for over 12 years. I was with a company called Akamai, and we were the 8th one company to be certified through the JAB accreditations. My point to the committee is anything that this committee can do to help educate the government agencies to become a sponsor. I believe that's the long pole in the tent. It's not getting through the technical criteria, which is difficult, but they can get through it. But finding a sponsor. So nothing's worse than a company spending $1 million+ on getting certification and not having a sponsor, or having them have to go through 12 months of not finding a sponsor. We're actually trying to help organizations understand the market, the complexity, and the investment. But we need to have an incentive for the government to say, I want to be a sponsor. I want to be a sponsor. I want to be a sponsor. Some of you in the room have been excellent examples within the market, but how do we get your voice out to say, VA's been great, GSA, SEC, I think you've done a few, but how do we get more of these individuals out here to be an advocate, to say, the lift is not as bad as you think. It's a lot easier today than it was years ago. It's getting easier. But for the government to drive innovation and to be competitive, we need new technologies from small businesses and SaaS providers. And we need the agencies to say, I want to be a sponsor. So however you can help, that would be wonders for this program. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Julie Davila. Is Julie here? Okay, our next registered speaker is Siddiqui Chaudhry. All right, Matt Cornelius. Okay, Ariel Campanoni. Colton Bond. Matt Topper. Joshua Jackson. Terry Marlene Prince. Okay, do we have anybody in the audience that would like to speak that did not register? Okay, well, this concludes our public comment section for today. Thank you all for the speakers for joining us and for your comments. If you want to register any additional written comments, please do so on our FSCAC website. I will now turn to Ann to present the summary of the committee's next steps based on their prioritization of initiatives and closing remarks.
Sure. So we've honed in on a set of topics. I don't think we're 100% aligned yet on what our number one topic is, but I do think that we will be able to get there in the next couple of conversations that we have. So we are going to be meeting as frequently as our schedules allow. So that's something that we can determine and that Michelle and team will be following up with us on. I just wanted to thank you all for being here. I think this has been a wonderful discussion. I was already impressed with the group when I saw your names on the list and learned more about your backgrounds, but I just wanted to say that the way that you've brought your experience and perspective to the table here has been incredibly thoughtful and generative and effective. And so I'm really looking forward to working with you all over the next year or hopefully more on coming up with recommendations, presenting them to the GSA administrator and trying to get into a regular cadence of feedback and solutioning. So, so thank you for that. The work that we are doing and will do as a group has the potential to make providing cloud services to the government more effective, more efficient, and increase the breadth of services and sectors in the FedRAMP marketplace. I feel very confident that we'll be able to do that and that the FedRAMP program will be better as the result of our work. Partnerships between private and public sectors are essential to doing business in government. And I think that the way in which everyone is showing up here is really modeling that in just a very effective way. I wholeheartedly appreciate that, and I suspect that the public does too. So thank you for all of this. Our next step is we're going to continue meeting. We can do this remotely and in a way that is more friendly for all of our schedules. But I'm looking forward to this, and I hope that we can meet as frequently as possible. Back to you, Michelle.
All right, great. We apparently had a little technical snafu with our virtual commenters. So we are going to open up the public comment for our virtual guests again, so that they can have an opportunity to speak. I'm going to check to see if John Whaler is available. Okay, we'll move on. Let's see. Ariel Campanoni. Colton Bond. Matt Topper.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. I just wanted to echo Jackie's earlier statement about accelerating with agency level ATOs and getting reciprocity. We're small business currently in process, having completed at the DISA DSOG level up to impact level 5, and went through a more rigorous review with her team than we have with any other system over the last 12 years, over probably a dozen different agencies. And the queue right now is so long. One of the other government agencies will miss a $20 million window to recover costs next year. And being able to have that level of reciprocity and that stamp of approval would make an immense difference for small businesses like ours.
Great, thank you. And what was your name again? I'm so sorry, I missed it.
I'm going to speak.
No worries.
Okay.
It was Matt Topper.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate that. Joshua Jackson. And Terry Marlene Prince.
Yes, do you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm the CEO of the Charita Companies. We are less than 10 people worldwide. We are the smallest company on FedRAMP. We've been through 2 readiness assessments, 2018, 2020. We're in process right now. It took us that long to get a federal customer, and we're honored that it is the United States Senate. I have a number of things that I would like to say on behalf of myself and Charita, as I said, the smallest company that exists, that's going through this process. And we are also on state ramp with the North Carolina Military Business Center, NC DevTech, our state ramp sponsor. So I have a number of comments with respect to the North Carolina defense ecosystem. Everybody is interested in FedRAMP. Everyone is terrified of FedRAMP. They're interested in our solution, which is our enterprise solution, and our ability to have our solution used to leverage FedRAMP as a service. The difficulty every small business has is that no one really believes in the beginning that we can do it. They think it's impossible, but we are agile, we're strong, and we need support. And the support that we need is not only technical, although in our case that was not necessary. We moved to FedRAMP, having been one of the winners of the NATO Innovation Challenge and meeting up with FedRAMP at a NATO conference and learning that we should move to the cloud and meet that standard. The problem is the timeline and the cost. And I know each of you has addressed that issue, but in fact, the situation is dire. I tried to get SBA support for these costs. And I was told that there is no loan, even a loan that would cover the cost of this process. Everyone, every financial institution thought we were out of our minds. The statement that I was told is it's cheaper to have a data breach than it is to go through FedRAMP. That is not the example we want to make as a country or as an organization. I would look forward to meeting with all of you and finding the vehicle that you keep talking about that could support these costs. Personally, I have covered these all with myself and my family, including my house, and in every way possible, because there is no one who wants to assist small business in spite of what everyone says.
Thank you, Terry and Marlene. I really appreciate your feedback. Is there anyone else on the virtual call that would like to, that did not register, that would like to speak? Okay, well, thank you all again for joining. With that, are we ready to adjourn?
Sure. Just if anybody would like to share final thoughts.
Would we generally meet in DC? Is that the kind of the, or are we going to talk about
I think we would default to remote, but we can also talk about it. Marcy?
Yeah, I have one question, sorry. There's a TBD slot on the committee, and I was curious about that. Perhaps should have asked during the admin meeting, but slipped my mind. So wanted to inquire about the process for filling.
Yeah, thank you for asking about that. During the membership selection process, GSA determined the agency needed to further analyze one of its appointment decisions regarding one of the committee members appointed to represent a small unique business that provides cloud computing products or services. So we're doing that reevaluation process right now. The work of this committee will proceed until GSA fills this vacancy, and GSA anticipates an announcement on this member selection shortly.
All right, great. Well, thank you guys again. With that, I will now adjourn this meeting at this time, and we will be following up with you on the future meetings.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.